heard clap. Did you hear guitar? Did guitar come through? Okay.
Guitar sounds great.
All right. So
I can hear clapping.
You can hear the clapping?
Oh, yeah. It's really low.
Why?
really
Why
low.
did the low level disappear?
Well, I'm just going to keep making noise. And everybody out there in YouTube land, just if you can hear me, give me sound feedback. You can hear clapping, but not.
Yep, getting up.
It's coming up. It's coming up. Okay, clapping. Cool. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Amanda, you can hear me talking? Is it really low? Okay, great. Thank you, Steve. Is the level still super low, or are we kind of where we need to be?
It's there.
Hey, Tone Talk. It's punchy and harsh. Okay, the talking volume is fine. Okay. All right. Well, let's proceed.
It sounds fine to me. I think the level's there. You just got to talk into the mic.
Yeah,
Hello.
welcome to the show, Steve.
Yeah,
Hi.
I think this just. Yeah, I just have the monitors in here turned off, so it doesn't feedback. But yeah,
Okay.
all right. So I think we're good. I think we're actually good on the talking volume. How was the guitar volume? Was that there?
Okay, cool. Thank you, guys. Thanks for helping us through that, whatever the hell was going on. What did you do over there, Steve?
I didn't do anything. I think we were just talking too quietly.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, anyway, here we are.
Hey, Joe.
What's shaking, man? Oh, we get into this already.
Welcome back.
Look at how beautiful these are.
This is a
Cheers.
this is a blood orange margarita with
the freshness.
with half salt and half tahini around the rim,
That is delicious.
and it's made with Patron, and it's made with Patron for one particular reason, and that is that for my birthday before last, I got a
I think it was the 2023 birthday.
yeah, it was like a half a liter.
Yeah, it was enormous. I think you brought it on the show.
Yeah, it was a giant sized bottle of Patron, and I think the guys bought it because it was in a gift box and they didn't realize that they were getting the really big one. And it was just so much that I thought we're never gonna drink all that.
Yeah, here it is.
So it's been sitting.
It's as big as my head. Golly.
And so we were kind of out of the margarita mode there for a while too. So it just kind of sat, and then I just thought, well, it's not really nice that I got such a nice present from my team and didn't appreciate it. So now we're gonna appreciate the fuck out of it.
Well, yeah, Steve keeps saying we're gonna go through it all tonight. What do you think? What are the odds? You want to play some bets?
We did.
Good Lord. You really did want to see us die live on the air, right?
Yeah. So, hello, friends.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Malcontents' future was in peril.
Yeah, tell us what
Kind of was.
Tell us what you've been up to, Joe.
What I've been up to.
Well, I just want to say, hey, thank you all for coming, and it's been a while for a lot of reasons, and part of which Joe's life has been changing a lot, and my life has been changing a lot, and
I'm sure yours has been too.
And I didn't really want to keep doing shows And just to say, yeah, I can't really talk about that. Yeah, I can't really talk about that yet. No, I can't really talk about that yet either.
That was a really big part of it, I think.
That was a big part of it.
Because you had a lot of stuff that you had to keep the lid on.
Yeah, and there would be one interruption after another, a parts acquisition issue, a supplier issue, one thing after another.
And all that shit I put in the intro like really happened. Like
Yeah.
your place did flood.
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah. So there was a flood. There was business stuff. There was, I guess, personal stuff. There really was laundry being done. That wasn't lying. I moved. What else? Did Niko Chan really cure STDs?
I'm sure she did.
That's just, God, she's just like killing it.
Yeah.
Every day. Wonder what's next.
A truly world-class scientific mind.
While she's hammered.
While she's hammered.
Every single day. Yeah. You know what I did last night that was really cool? I don't know if you've heard about this. We went and saw Luna.
Oh, yeah?
You heard of this thing? It was this, it was the brainchild of this Austrian, I guess he was a pop star in Austria, in Germany in the 70s and 80s. But he had this idea that he brought to fruition in 1987, where he had all of these super cutting edge artists of the time period basically design this, what?
Just talk loud.
Talk louder?
Yeah.
Steve's coaching me on how loud I need to talk.
I'm just checking the levels to make sure everybody can hear you well enough.
So he got like Basquiat, Keith Haring, Salvador Dali is a part of this thing. And it's basically like this traveling amusement park that was supposed to travel the world. That was created by all of these artists. It debuted in Hamburg in June of '87. And then when they closed it, it was supposed to go around the world, but basically it didn't happen. And they lost everything for like 35 years. And they found, like, I don't know how it wound up there. And actually the storytelling, like the whole process of losing this whole thing, I didn't find any information about it there. But they found it in like a storage facility, like 44 trailers of this thing in rural Texas.
44 trails of what? Reels?
Of this whole amusement park. They broke it down, packed it up, like, okay, we're going to take it around the world. And then the powers that be, like, they lost track of it. So anyway, they found it recently. They brought it to LA into a sound stage and had reassembled it. And it's like perfectly preserved.
Okay, I got to go see this.
Yeah, it's incredible. So there's like a Ferris wheel that's decorated all by Basquiat, and I forget Jim, what's his name? Do you remember Herbie Hancock, the rocket video with all those weird machines? It was like, well, anyway, the guy who did all of that video, like, he had his shit on display there. It was like the snapshot of late 80s super cutting edge people, plus Salvador Dali. And
I knew some people that were involved in that scene. It was pretty out there. There was a whole pretty heavy duty avant-garde scene going on. That there was a friend of mine had a band called Panic. I think they were just called Panic. A sax player, a drummer, a great drummer. And the drummer was doing stuff with synthesizers and keyboards and drum machines and stuff, and playing intense.
This is like late 80s?
Early 80s. Early 80s. He was like really into Billy Cobham style drums, really aggressive, crazy. And they had a guy as part of this presentation, an artist, that had 4 screens set up behind the band. These big, just made of 2x4s in plastic.
Yeah.
Plastic
super
sheet.
DIY.
And he just had buckets of paint and these big, sort of rough, clumpy brushes. And he would just paint sceneries on each section of this thing as they played.
That's
and
awesome.
everything that he painted would morph into a different image or a character or animal or weather condition or something. It was just all of these things. And I watched it and I was just, this is the most intense, most all-encompassing audio visual sensation experience I've ever seen. And I don't see anybody here filming this.
Oh,
Because you would never see it again, because it's all just it's all you know, it's just like jamming. It's
well, it's in the air,
it's
and then when it's over,
you know,
it's over.
it's
It's ephemeral.
you know, when you, what do you call it, when you're jamming, you're just playing,
Improvising.
you're improvising. It's
Yeah.
all improvisational,
Yeah.
and you'll never see it again the same way.
Right.
And I would just watch this guy painting these images to go along with the music and he's creating it as the music is playing. And
That's
I watched
awesome.
them rehearse.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I actually went and sat in with them at a rehearsal, and boy,
Wait, did the visual artist rehearse with them?
yeah.
Wow.
And it wasn't that he was trying to recreate what they rehearsed on stage. He was just into it.
Yeah.
They had this in West LA. They had this rehearsal place. It was a big mess. There's dried paint on the walls, on the floor, everywhere. It was
Yeah.
just a pigsty. Instruments everywhere, cables everywhere.
Artist life with a capital A.
And they invited me down to sit in and jam with them. And I'm like, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do, but no, you'll fit right in. And I'm like, I was playing in a punk rock band at the time. And I went, well, all right, whatever. You know, so they just said, do what you do. And I just went, okay. So I started playing, but then I got pulled into this thing. And I had my regular rig, but I had just gotten this rolling guitar synth at the same time.
Wait a minute. You never told me you had one of those.
So
Was it the synth with the guitar?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And they were like, what's that? And I go, I don't know. It's just this thing, you know. Andy
Summers.
Summers is using it, you know, on the new Police
Pat
album.
Metheny.
Yeah.
Sean
So
Lane.
I said, I think it's kind of a feeble instrument, but we'll see. And I was kind of fiddling around with it, and it was just like, I'm like going, I don't dig this. And then I cranked up the amp and just did a dive bomb with the wang bar and held it down and just made these sounds with the strings banging off the frets.
Yeah.
And then I turned around and faced the amp, and the pickup started screeching. And I'm thinking, you know what this sounds like? It sounds like it sounds like a subway train about to derail.
Oh.
It's making all crashing, crunching, grinding sounds, and this high-pitched squeal like metal on metal.
Yeah.
I said, this sounds like a subway train about to derail, about to go off the rails and crash into the walls.
Wow.
And the other guys just like looked at me like, yeah. And then the painter guy, I didn't say anything. I'm just making these noises. And the painter guy, he starts painting
While you're there.
a subway car
Oh.
going off the rail. And I'm like, okay, this,
Wow.
they probably want to ask me to perform with them, but this will have, I'm going to
That was worth it.
I'm going to chalk that up as a worthwhile experience. And I was really tight with that drummer for a couple of years, and then he moved to Europe, and I didn't see him again for a really long time. But
Yeah.
God, was that an amazing time!
That sounds.
There was all kinds of really experimental stuff. There was experimental bands playing down at you know, in the warehouse district, you know, Al's Bar and all that stuff. There's
Mhm.
all kinds of crazy, intense stuff going on in that.
This
period of time.
Luna thing's over in Boyle Heights.
Okay, I got to go see that.
Yeah. We have plenty to talk about, but let's grab some questions if we have any right off the bat, so we don't start losing the plot already.
Yeah. Well, we started off with Joe playing because this is the first time he's seen and played my Nelson guitar. And
Do you want to introduce this guitar while I look for questions.
Yeah. Well, Bruce Nelson, a longtime compatriot buddy of mine and fellow nutcase, and
Bruce is the best.
and he's just the
He's
best.
been on the show too.
He's been on the show, and he's Dean DeLeo's guitar tech, and he's a great guitar maker. And he worked at Tom Anderson for 20 odd years, and so he kept coming over to the shop when Joe and I were working on video content, for the videos and intros for Malcontent shows and different things. He would swing by to drop off something for STP, to pick up a new piece of gear or get something fixed or whatever. And he would always have some new thing. He says, "Hey, I got a guitar I'm delivering to a client," or "I got a new guitar I just made for Dean, or do you want to check it out?" And he would bring it and pull it out of the case, and we would both pick it up and go, like, "Wow, you made magic happen."
His guitars are actually the type of guitars, and I shit you not, this sounds like I'm lying, but I'm not. When you grab it, like before it hits your lap, you're like, "Oh shit."
Yeah.
Like just the weight and the contour of the neck.
You forget all
As you
about
bring
what
it
it
in
looks
like
like or
this,
what it
it's
is,
gonna
and
be
you
a
just
treat.
start playing.
Yeah.
You just start playing and go, "This is what I expected to come out of this when I saw it." And when I had put my hand around the neck, I just knew that I was going to enjoy this. And so we were just like, "Wow, that was great. That was great." And a few weeks later, same scenario. Joe's over at the shop. We're going through something. And then, Bruce comes by and he says, "Oh yeah, you want to check out this thing I'm working on?" And he brings it in. Same thing. And like, "Okay, Bruce, you made magic happen 2 times in a row. What the fuck?" And then that happened a couple more times. And so it almost kind of became a dare where I started talking to him about, one of these days I'd like to have something you make, because I mean, I just like the guy.
Yeah.
And I like where the things that he was working on was headed. And I just thought, I've got my Esquire. It's a special thing to me these days. And it got even more special when Buzz did his bridge treatment to it.
But Bruce had been slowly working on it too.
And Bruce had been slowly working on it too. Kind of like, I can make that just a little better, and I can make that just a little better.
Yeah.
I'd always had this attitude that, well, it was never about this thing being better. It was just about it being what it is. But I gave it to him, and the kind of better he was talking about were the little subtle things that you don't really notice they're annoying about the instrument until they're gone. He was doing that kind of stuff.
We should talk, just a little bookmark, and then we'll continue with this. We should talk at some point about this really, like, you have this split where when we're talking about amplifiers, you're as anal retentive, well, maybe not as anal retentive as it gets, because you've talked about some other guys who are maybe a little bit more than you. But with your designs, you have a hard time letting them go. And you're the exact opposite with guitars. You're like, however it shows up, that's what I want it to be. I'm not changing shit. I don't want to think about it. If it hits my hands and it lights up in my hands, then I want that guitar and I don't want to mess with it.
Because I have a well-documented history of ruining every guitar I put my hands on that's besides playing it. Anything besides playing it is going to work out bad for me and the instrument.
This doesn't end well.
Yeah, it doesn't end. It never ends well.
Well,
and that's the joke about this is like any person making a guitar for somebody, as opposed to just showing them something and having them go, I want it, how much? Here, take my money. Instead of that.
Will it make me sound like so-and-so?
Yeah,
Will it
right.
make me sound like that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
He starts, well, what do you think you would like? I said, I would like you to never ask me that question again. Just go away.
But see, there you go again. You're like, no.
Just go away and
make it.
come back with something that you made because you wanted to make it, not necessarily because you're making it for somebody to sell to them. because that's usually what he's doing. He doesn't have a big factory. He makes these things one at a time, and he's touring with STP all the time, and he's got other stuff going on, but he's got a handful of clients that just like, hey, I like that guitar you made for me. Make me another one. And they're usually telling him what this and that to put on it. And I'm like going, no, you're not going to get any help from me on this. I just want to see what you come up with. And then when I play it, do I go, like I usually do? And he did. So, I played hide and seek with him, and then he did this thing. But we did get into a discussion about pine.
Did you mention that? Did you mention what it's made out of?
It's a pine body, a maple neck, and a maple top.
Which, we should have Bruce on again, and he can talk about it. But Niko Chan brought up, because when you were telling me it was a maple neck, I was like, how odd is that?
It's really odd.
But then what Niko Chan said was, well, with the pine body, like those are always super light. Like if you did like the traditional mahogany there, it'd be super neck heavy. So that maple thing is really balancing it out. I think.
I don't even know. I had
Brilliant.
forgotten. I had forgotten that what he was going to. The only thing I knew about was the maple top, because I suggested it, because I wanted a sunburst finish, and he was making these solid finishes.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about, well, pine, the grain, it's not so very hot. I said, what would happen if you put maple on top of it? And he goes, I don't know, I've never done it. And I went, okay, there's an excuse to try something. I'll be your guinea pig for that.
Jimmy Ray, it is loud acoustically, just to answer your question.
Yeah, louder than every other guitar I have.
Yeah,
especially in the bottom end and the low mid.
Yeah,
it's got a very acoustic guitar kind of quality to it.
But the top end is a little attenuated, like it's got this natural kind of nice compression.
Yeah,
like even just you strumming it there. There's no toink.
This is a totally different thing. Forget about what it looks like. Oh, it's like a junior with a single with a humbucker instead of a P9. No, it's nothing like that. It's only visually like that. The thing that I like about the body, I told Dave this on Tone Talk, that and Bruce was telling me about this, about the process of doing the finish, and that I wanted green. And that's the only thing that I could come up with was, well, I like green, but I don't. What kind of green? Hey, that's all you're gonna get on me. Just green.
Booger
green with a G. I don't know.
Hulk green.
Yeah. So he made an experiment out of that, and he was telling me about after he did it. This is not in the process. This was after he delivered it. I'm like, it's got this really unusual depth to it. When you look at it, you feel like you could dive into it.
Oh, way.
And I said, it's got this depth and three-dimensionality that you could dive into it.
And it moves when you move the guitar, like the way the light.
And I said, but you wouldn't want to dive into it because it also looks like, one of those frozen over lakes in Minnesota that after 30 years of drought, the water level goes down and down, and then all of a sudden you see the top of a car that somebody drove into the lake.
That's in
1970s when they were drunk, and the car sank, and they never saw that person again, and they always wondered what happened to him. And then some guy was riding his bike down the road one day, and he saw the top of a car, and he called the cops, and they pulled this thing out, and they found a wallet with a driver's license in there, and it was this person that was been missing since 1972. That's what it evokes.
It's a lot of details.
It is. But I keep looking at this, expecting to see the hood of a 1968 Camaro.
It's under the pickguard.
That's all rusted.
Yeah,
and there's a hand, but it's just a bone hanging out
They need dental records.
Yeah, that's what it reminds me of, and that's what draws me into it. Come into the, When I was on
the Sam is this?
When I was on Tone Talk, you could see Friedman just staring into the camera like, when is he going to shut up?
Wow.
Just when is he going to shut up? Somebody asked a question about.
We have plenty of questions to go to.
Somebody asked a question about negative feedback in amps, and Dave just went, "Yeah, well, it's kind of whatever you like, blah 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 blah." And of course, I have to chime in, and I said, "Well, it's just not every amp does it. Blah 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 has this, and do you know what this?" And I went off on one of my big giant tangents.
Thank you, Niko Chan.
And I'm doing the same thing now. So after that show, I did go over to see Dave, and I apologized for being such a loudmouth, and told him how much I admired his ability to like shut up and like answer a question succinctly and then move on. And I said, I'd like to learn that from you one day. I don't know if I ever will, but anyway, Bruce made this thing, and it is a piece of magic, and he did it now this is proof that he did it 5 times in a row, created magic, and not the same piece of magic every 5 times.
Right.
Each one had a different kind of magic.
That's true.
And you can't really say what the magic is because each instrument has its own kind of magic.
It's Bruce Nelson magic.
It's Bruce Nelson magic. So if you are looking for somebody to make something like, oh yeah, I saw this thing at Guitar Center and I thought it'd be really cool if you just had a different pickup, and maybe I could get that guy to make that with that. No, that's not why you get Bruce to make you a guitar.
You were telling me too when you first took delivery of this that your feelings on it were a lot like I felt when I first played the Ether, which was, I just want to start a new musical project to write music with this particular thing because it is so unique. It feels like a new beginning. I just want to write music around this particular instrument because it's taking me into such different places.
Yeah,
right?
Saul Cole, another really great luthier. He's up in
he
Portland, Oregon.
Yeah.
He borrowed one. He had it in his shop for a couple of months, and he said, "You know what I like about this is."
Wait, what are we talking about? An Ether?
The Ether.
Yeah.
Yeah. He said, "You know what I like about it is I can't even get a remote impression of what I'm about to hear by looking at it." And I went, can I can that?
Yeah. That it's almost like the marketing blip.
Yeah.
Well, so I'm going to throw up a question here that is pertaining to these new pieces of kit we see back here.
All right. So
we got new stuff coming out.
Right. And what we did when we opened was Joe was playing
very badly. He
was playing the thing that really deserves to be called Greenie through the Deliverance 2+ 120 watt head in the clean mode, and so the guitar into the Cyclops, into the Deliverance in clean mode. The output of it is going into the power station, so it's pretty well cranked, the amp, and it's going into the power station that's also pretty up there in volume.
Man, I didn't even look at that before.
Yeah, also pretty up there in volume. So the power station is driving the power load pretty hard.
Yeah,
to make sure that it's the reactive load in the power load is really reacting, so that the IR that's associated with that amp has something to really work with. And then that's coming out, going into my interface directly to the stream. So that's what you're hearing. And while he was doing that, he had the guitar volume way, way down. And then when he rolled it up, that's when you discovered he was already in the overdrive mode. It wasn't, the amp wasn't in the clean mode. It was in the more mode.
Yeah.
With a pretty hot level of power activity going on. And then I switched to the clean setting in the Ultralead module and switched the cab in the power load to the fat bottom 412 IR. And that's what we were doing, just sort of screwing around with it. So
some of that was, I think, assuming that everybody knew what the hell the Cyclops is.
Right.
So
I would just give you the rundown and you can tell them what it is.
Well, you're going to tell them what it is because you can do it better than I can. I'll be the color commentator.
Yeah, but
let's
you start off. I want to see what I want to say hello to people and see what they're talking about because
Okay,
I haven't looked yet. And
I have a question
okay.
pulled up on the screen.
Oh, so you do.
Yes, I do.
Like, so I have-
Pertaining to Mr. Cyclops.
right.
And if you can't read, I can read it to you. Guys, we have the Steve. When we do these shows, we always have a monitor in front of us, but Steve now mounted it on the wall, and then we have the camera centered kind of in front of the monitor, so it's a little bit different. It's a little bit difficult to read the questions posted there. So can you read that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Take swing. Take
yeah,
swing.
I've been watching a couple of things. I was watching the Tone Talk episode I was on the other day. People were talking about asking questions or making comments about the Cyclops, and then Michael Nielsen released his Cyclops demo video this morning, and people are asking the same sort of questions, like, why do you need that? Oh, there's all these other products that can do that.
Well, let's talk about what it is first.
Yeah.
So, in essence,
it's a dual A/B box,
and it's really designed to be used with the power station.
Right.
It's a power station accessory, essentially.
yeah, it's specific to the way the power station operates.
Yeah.
And what initiated it was all of the people asking this question. Like, for a while there, it was one a day.
Okay.
I decided to try plugging my preamp, modeler, pedal preamp, whatever you name
Into the
it,
line in.
into the line in.
Yeah.
Except when I do that, the amp doesn't work. What's
Right.
wrong with my power station? There's
Right.
nothing wrong with it. You're plugging into the line in. The line in interrupts the signal from the nachos to the hot sauce. And sorry, it's hot. I didn't want it to get cold before. Oh man, that was so awesome. So
first rule of television, man: don't eat on television.
I'm not eating. I'm sampling.
Oh, okay.
So there are several problems.
Derailed.
Inherent. There's several problems inherent in interfacing everything together with the power station. There's ground loop issues.
Yeah.
There's the fact that the power station is connected to the output of an amplifier, which
That's a lot.
puts the effects loop after the amplifier, which is an unusual place for effects loop to occur. And this is the thing that gives rise to the squeal issues. If you have a ground loop, it's because you have audio signal basically connected to the output of the amplifier, but able to find a ground path back to the input of the amplifier. And you got to make sure that you break the ground paths so that those current bleeds can't make it back to the input of the amp to cause those
And we've done
oscillations.
videos on that, by
Right.
the way.
So the solution wasn't just to deal with that line in thing. The solution was in a single box with a single button to be able to plug in to both a head and a preamp, have them all connected to the power station, and to a cabinet being attenuated, and just with one button switch between the preamp and the head.
No
And
futzing around. Just
no
be ready to
futzing
go.
around, no extra, no
Here it is.
extra line isolation transformers, no ground loop issues, no level balancing problems. All of those problems are solved in one little box. Why wouldn't you do it with a more expensive, more complicated box that maybe isn't what most people need? I just answered it, because they're more complicated and more expensive. You don't want to. Why do you want to buy a $1,200 box to do what a $200 box would do if that's all that you needed to do? And if the little $200 box doesn't do all the things that you needed to do, then go buy the more expensive box that will do that. But just an amp switcher won't do it. And just like Voodoo Labs, or what name the company, loop selector, won't do it. You need a combination of 4 different processes all going on at the same time to do preamp switching, amp switching, impedance matching, ground isolation, level compensation, and all of that kind of stuff. So all it really means is the power station becomes this central station where all these signals sort of converge and get processed,
Yes.
and then go into either an interface or into a cab,
Right.
and you're all done.
Right.
Yeah, is it a lot of cables? Yeah. Is it kind of like a complicated mess until you sort out what you really want to do with it? Yeah. But
I'm going to do a little thing.
is it fun to do? Absolutely. And does it work great? Sure. So if it's the kind of solution that you're looking for, and from the feedback that we've gotten from hundreds and hundreds of customers it is, then it's great. Okay, so going back to now,
This is what it looks like in the back.
yeah,
Yeah, it's a lot of cables.
it's got a total of 7 jacks on the back, and you use them all, especially if you're using the foot switch, the remote foot switch.
Hey, but if you're into this shit,
Yeah. So then, if you want to use multiple preamps on a rig like this, then you would set up multiple preamps with loop selectors for those multiple preamps, and then the Cyclops would be the final arbiter of sending the signal to your loop selector, and then receiving the signal back from the loop selector to feed into the line into the power station. It would take care of that task for you.
yeah,
Otherwise, you'd have to come up with different adapters to do that. So that's kind of like the central casting of that.
To me, it's
signal path.
it's the path switcher for the trains. Like,
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
you're going down this
Exactly
track,
what it
you're
is,
going to
right.
it's that.
Now, if you want to use multiple amps and a couple of preamps, then you're going to need a head and cab selector like the KHE you mentioned. You're going to use that to select different amps to go to one cab. Only instead of going to the cab, they're going to go to the power station amp in. That's going to be the cab until the power station drives the cab that you're going to get the sound out of.
Mhm.
So you're going to be selecting heads via an amp and cab selector to feed into the amp into the power station. And then that signal is going to come out the line out and go into the Cyclops
Mhm.
to select between whatever amp you have selected
Mhm.
and whatever preamp you want to switch to at the same time. So yeah, you can make a nice, simple, compact, functional little rig, or you can make a completely insane Frankenstein rig. And this just sort of becomes the final, the hub that gets the right kind of signal out to the gear,
Right.
and makes the signal coming back in compatible with this kind of gear.
Yeah.
So it's a really simple way to tie all those sort of disparate things together. And Joe just showed you the back of the Cyclops. He didn't show you the back of the whole rig, which is,
We can do that too.
there's wires galore back there. And when I put it together, I was just thinking, there's no way this is going to work without some kind of bleep, hum, oscillation, something like that. And when I put it all together, I was just thinking, great, it's really quiet. And then I switched to the high gain mode of the
Synergy.
Synergy module, the Ultralead module, and it made this little kind of funny squealy buzz. And I went, the ground switch in the power station didn't fix it. The ground switch on the Cyclops didn't fix it. The problem was coming from the Synergy,
Mm.
and the ground switch on the Synergy fixed it. So it's just like, oh, everything worked like it was supposed to. Oh my God. And when I did that, and just at the time that I did that, Joe shows up to do the show. And I'm like, I just finished it. It works great.
Actually, that's exact. When he greeted me at the door, he said, "Just in time." So that must have been what you were referring to.
Yeah.
So you're talking about things working out just as they should, and I know this is kind of going on and on and on about the Cyclops, but it's just coming out, so it's worth talking about. I think it would be interesting to discuss. This is maybe from the manufacturing end, just the logistics of running a company. But I remember when you had the idea for the Cyclops, like you ran it by me, and then I talked to you the next week, and you said, "Oh, the Cyclops is basically done." I was like, "What?" You're like, "Yeah," and you sent me the graphic design of what it was going to look like. I think I stopped by the shop. You had the schematic all laid out. But here's the interesting thing, and this is why I'm bringing it up, is it really was probably 90% ready to go within the first week of having the idea. But then it's the ensuing, like 5 months or whatever it is, that it takes to really bring a project home.
Yeah, and usually when
you
you're
talk about that?
Yeah, I can. And usually when you conceptualize a project and like, oh, we're going to make that. Hey, I got this great idea.
I'm gonna eat
So
nachos while you do this.
usually the thing that's not on your list is, okay, so we need to do this. We need to come up with a graphic design. We need to do a PC board layout, and we need to move an entire factory halfway across the city of Los Angeles. No. Scratch that. That's not the regular part of R&D. Oh, it's part of this R&D. Yeah. Before we get this, well, we could try to squeeze it in before then, but no, the landlord basically invalidated our lease 8 months before it was expired. So no, instead of finishing the Cyclops in the time that we said we're going to do, we're going to move an entire factory to another city. And so that was fun. And by the way, thank you, Amanda. I know we're on the same wavelength on this. I see you really get it, and I love that. You totally nailed it. And no, and I don't think I'm getting derailed. There's a lot that goes along with this stuff.
The derailed was when you picked up your nachos. It was a joke, like, oh, derailed.
That's not being derailed. That's just like, geez, am I allowed to have a little dinner?
No, it's a good derailment.
That's great derailment. These are great nachos. Wow. And yeah, I do need another margarita.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for reminding me. I will see to it.
We're scouting for the next question. Oh, here we go. Oh wait, no, that is a repeat.
So it was really funny on Michael's video. For every person that says, "Oh, that's a stupid idea. That's just that product doesn't make any sense. Nobody really needs that. You just need blah blah blah. You can just use this and this and this and this, and spend like $1,200-$1,500 more doing it." One person said that, and 5 people said, "I've already pre-ordered mine. It's perfect for me." And that's the thing about products. You make a product for a circumstance, and there's a lot of people in those circumstances. That's what we've always been about. Coming up with an idea for a solution to a problem that probably more people than I can visualize or run up against. And that's who we're making this for. The people that have that problem and want that solution.
I always think of Leo Fender.
Yeah.
Along those lines.
Yeah.
Like in this realm, he was the pioneer of, this guy was not a musician. He was a problem solver. Just like, okay, I'm out in the field. I'm talking to guitar players constantly. What do you need? What do we need this stuff to do? And that's what all the innovations were around.
And another person made a comment, well, you don't need to get all that other stuff. Just get a synergy and then use the 4-cable method for the synergy. Well, first of all, not everybody wants a synergy. And second of all, not everybody wants to deal with or even understand what the hell the 4-cable method is. So there are solutions, and then there are solutions. And there are means to an end, and there's one person's clear idea of how they want to implement their rig or tie the gear that they have together to make it new and useful to them again. There's an infinite variety of those kinds of things that everybody has a different approach to it.
Sure.
So yeah, you're always looking for a solution. You're always looking for a way to make somebody's gear life easier, even though it seems to be more complex. But I like putting things together and having them, I hate to use this word, but synergistically create a new animal out of them that didn't exist before, or nobody thought to do that before. And every time I've done that, I've been like, this is the craziest conglomeration of gear that I can even imagine putting together. But I'm going to bring it to a great gig tonight. I don't care. It's amazing. Nobody else would want to commit to the time and effort to put together an insane rig like that, but I will.
And that's a fact.
And because I will, because I want to hear that. I want to see how I will feel about it, how it will work at a gig. And I've done a few gigs where at the last minute I threw bits and pieces together and went, just cross my fingers and walk on stage and hope for the best and think, oh, amazing, I got through the gig and nothing went up in flames. And then have the sound man come up to me and go, dude, I've never heard a guitar sound like that come through the front of house ever before. And I didn't even think that I played that well or it sounded that great, but the sound man was going, I had the perfect level I needed to fit you into the mix. And that's never happened to me before. And I'm like,
Hey, what was the gig that you did where you were extremely sick and you brought a smaller rig? And
yeah, I was
like half the entourage was thrilled with it, and then like the management portion said you let everybody down or something like
no, it was the other way around. It was a band showcasing for a record label.
Uh-huh.
And I got the flu the day before the showcase. And I had a big rack rig and everything, a pedal board. And the pedal board was a custom pedal board that I made that had no pedals on the floor. It was all programmable shit. And it was just this big board with push buttons and blinking lights on it. And they activated things that were in the rack.
Yeah.
And so everything was at my fingertips when I was playing. I could do and play and just hit a button to get a preset. And that preset gave me options on the panel that I could manipulate while I was playing. And I wasn't the feature member of the band. I was just off to the side unless I was doing a solo. I was playing my parts. It was almost like, in a way, Fripp does. He just hangs around his area and he manipulates his gear to
Torrens way.
Yeah, Torrens, same thing. So I got the flu and I did not have the physical power to bring my rig. And I was like, God, this is
Say that again. You didn't have the physical, like, you're like, I can't lift this shit. Right?
I'm puking my guts out. I got a fever.
Yeah.
And the only cure is more cowbell. I mean,
Always.
It was awful. I tried my damnedest to lift my rack and I could not. It wasn't even a big giant rack. It was only like 6 spaces, but I could not lift it. So I brought my Super Champ and a Boss Chorus pedal, a Strat.
And a volume knob.
And I got to the gig an hour early and sat down in the dressing room with the set list and went through the songs and figured out how am I going to sort of come up with something that will sound like I'm executing my parts without all my toys.
Uh-huh.
And I basically went, okay, what is the essence of what you're doing in these songs?
Sure.
What's the most important part? The parts. All the other stuff is icing and window dressing.
Yeah.
We're going to strip it all down to its essence because that's the only thing I have left to do. And it's the one thing that when you get on stage, no matter how miserable you feel, once you get on stage, there's that thing where your physical condition sort of takes a backseat to the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And that was on full display there. So I'm down in the dressing room and the guys in the band are like, man, you got to get up there. We're getting ready for sound check. Yeah. I know. And I'm down in the dressing room going through the set list, working out parts that I think I can accomplish. And then the dressing room was downstairs. It was an elevator up to the dance floor level, the concert floor level, came up behind the stage. And I walked from the I said, I'll be there in a minute because I did not want to haul my stuff up on the elevator with the other guys in the band because they would have panicked.
Oh,
I let them go first.
Wow.
And then I came up, and when the sound guy goes, "Where's the guitar player? Ready for the guitar player?" At that moment, I walked out from behind the stage and put a Super Champ on the chair, stuck a mic in front of it, stood in on the dance floor between the mixer guy and the stage, and I played an E chord, and he's giving me some level, and he goes, "That's good." And I said, "Hold on a second, can you bump the mid range up just a little bit?" "Well, what mid range you want?" And I said, "Oh, around 800 hertz." And he goes, "Yeah, I can do that." So I'm just playing E chord, and he brings up 800 hertz, like not even, just barely 3 dB. And I went, "That's good, right there. Can you just like tape that and make sure that you have it for me for the gig, because there's going to be an opening act?" And he goes, "Yeah, I got you, brother." Because I said 800 hertz.
Right. Oh.
That made us like bros, right?
Yeah.
And so he had my back. And we went and played the set, and the rest of the guys in the band were looking at me like, "You fucking asshole." They were giving me the fucking evil
Oh, the
vibes.
band was
The whole
down
set.
on you.
Yeah. Like
Wow.
I just committed a hit and run in front of everybody or something. I mean, it was bad.
Wow.
And so I felt just like, okay, I really let these guys down. But what was I supposed to do? Call in a fill in? Who was going to send a sub? No fucking way. So afterwards, backstage, they kind of all came around me and said, "Dude, man, don't ever do that again. I know you don't feel well." "No, you don't understand. I'm dying. I've got a temperature of 103. I'm going to the hospital now." And they were like, "Well, you just blah, blah, blah." And then I felt these hands on my shoulder. The producer, his name I can't remember right at the moment. He's a big guy and he had big hands, and he put his hands on my shoulder, and I went, "Okay, here it comes."
Oh yeah, you're fired.
And he kind of turns me around, looks at me, and goes, "Stevie, that was the most impressive performance you've done since I've met you. And you really made the band look great tonight. Thank you." And the rest of the guys are like,
Did you go?
"No, I was too sick. I just went, thank you. Can I go home and die now in peace?" And he gave me a hug, and the rest of the guys all kind of looked at their feet like, "We were really mean." But I didn't hold it against them. It was really a high pressure thing. They had like the president of the record label there, and they were like, it was not a comfortable record negotiation. Their kind of careers were on the line, and they did get the deal, and they did release a record, and they had a hit single off of it. But it wasn't engraved in stone that was going to happen, and they were so sure that it was going to be over with because of that. And they got over it.
All right. Buzzies. Well, buzzes.
No word. He's out negotiating with a couple of people. It's a weird concept. Really? Another bridge? People don't.
You hear about it. You have to play it. So you have to have it in somebody's hands.
Even guys that are in the business making bridges, they're not thinking.
Giving them a hard time.
They're not thinking about it in terms of what kind of evolution it's really bringing to the instrument. They're just thinking of, well, hey, we already got 9 of these widgets. Why do we need 10? And
because I don't know, it could be better
than all of them.
Yeah.
So that's a tough thing. And we're talking to a few parties, and I'm not really that involved in it, but I'm helping because he's a friend and I believe in it. And he did magic on my Esquire, and I'm don't know what's going to happen with that, but something should happen with it because it's not anything like anything else. Yeah. There's actually a reason behind it. When you come up with a new evolution of something like that, it's beyond just solving some of the mechanical little problems that exist between one iteration of a bridge and another iteration of a bridge. I mean, people are customizing guitars all the time. They're accessorizing them. It's like Harleys, you know. You you go buy a brand new Harley, right? A motorcycle
Do it all the time.
made by an engineering company that engineers every single bit and piece on that thing, road test it, safety test it, do every possible test, and render it in 3D, CAD, work out all the bugs, put together a motorcycle that this is like the best expression of this technology that a company like ours can come up with to continually evolve and improve this machinery, knowing that as soon as the guy picks it up, he's going to take half of the shit off of it and go buy aftermarket junk, knockoff parts that aren't nearly as good to customize it, to make it fit me, make it mine, you know. There's all of that. And so many times you go down these wrong roads because you don't really know. All you know is these guys are selling you stuff and it's supposed to be better. And it's better if it works or if it solves a problem. But when you do something, when you come up with something that not just evolves the instrument, but makes playing music more musical, as opposed to just making something fit a little better or a little tighter or more adjustable or less unreliable or less glitchy. You know, there's those kinds of things. But when somebody does something where you put it on the guitar and it solves problems that you never even knew you had, or you forgot about after you played it, because I don't give a crap what the philosophy behind this thing was. I'm playing music now that I hadn't played before. That is a big deal.
It altered the character of that guitar.
It did, and
in a good way.
And you would think that other people that are making stuff like this in the marketplace get that, but a lot of times they don't. A lot of times they're just like, oh, here's another widget that we can sell. I wonder if we can sell 10,000 of them a year, because that's what we're going to have to be able to sell in order to justify tooling up to even make the thing. So they're thinking on a totally different level of dynamics.
We need a new product for fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of
That's
thing.
a different kind of an animal.
Yeah.
And you never know how it's going to work out. And of course, I mean, remember the Tucker car? A lot of people come up with innovations and improvements in an industry where the industry doesn't want those improvements, because it means that they have to change the way they're doing things. So let's see, we could spend another $1 million retooling to compete with that guy, or we can put him out of business so that we don't have to spend that money. That's a thing that happens.
Well, okay, that's sort of where Buzz's Bridge is sitting right now.
Yeah.
It's a little bit in limbo, but
Yeah.
hopefully we get some positive news soon.
See, if they'd asked Dave that question, he went, it's not ready yet. Next. So I got to learn. Dave.
Done in 2 seconds flat. You see that one?
Yeah. They
So are Fryat amps similar in any way to Dave Friedman's amps?
well, beyond the fact that they're both tube amps and have preamps and power amps and effects loops and the ability to switch into different sounds and functions and things like that. Yeah, they're very similar.
They fucking rock. They all fucking rock, dude.
Yeah. The way, but we just do things differently than.
And your prime inspirations are coming from slightly different places, or maybe not slightly, depending on how geeked out you want to be. But I think it's fair to say that his prime source of tonal inspiration, at least for his amplifiers, are old Marshalls, and yours are Dave Reeves amps, High Watt Land.
I talk a lot about high watt, and I was heavily influenced by high watt, and I actually find myself sort of surprised that I'm not more beholden to the high watt design in our amps. And the reason is because they're so specific to a particular way of being used that they're limiting in what you can achieve with an amplifier to make it do other things. So yeah, there's a certain characteristic in there.
How would you define that?
I would define it as the ah sound, the vowel sound.
Okay.
What's really the most important thing to me is that when you play an E chord, there's two groups of angels in the room. One group of angels are going E, and the other group of angels, when you strum a big power chord, are going ah.
Yeah, it's the ah versus the oh to me. And I mean, could you interpret that as like a more open mid-range, possibly?
I think it's just
I definitely hear that.
It's just a face.
It is.
It is. It's an expression. Friedman's, like Marshall's, have a E characteristic with a little on the bottom.
Yeah.
And ours have a characteristic with a little on the bottom. So it's a different kind of expression of excitement over a sound. But it's not one that's better than the other one. It's just that's what appeals to me.
Oh, of course not.
When I play a ka-chang, it's more of a ka-chang, and with Friedman it's more of a ka-ching.
You know, just like with Pokemon, you know, you got to catch them all.
Yeah, it's an expression. It's an expression, and the other thing is a lot of people, a lot of companies that make amplifiers sort of just default to the early Fender phase inverter and output stage design that Marshall adopted to create Marshall amplifiers. So they all have that similar lineage about what happens to them when they're pushed to distortion. And so a lot of the amps that are out there just use that topology by default, and I don't, because that's in my nature to when 100 people are doing a thing a certain way, one person needs to do it a different way.
This is what the malcontent does.
It's what
It's
a
a little bit of a
does.
contrarian.
You have to be. To me, I'm not happy just doing what everybody's doing. And that's not just about amplifiers. That's just me. When I was in high school, we had wood shop and metal shop, and
You didn't go to high school.
we had projects, you know, and the thing is everybody does the same project. You made a tray, or you made a box, or you made a jewelry box, or a tray, or a this or that, some little project, and everybody had to do the same project. And the purpose of the project was to learn these techniques: cutting, gluing, sanding, polishing, painting, you know, all these things. I didn't see it that way. I saw that as, well, as long as I'm learning these things at the same time, why do I have to make the same thing that everybody else is making? I mean, isn't part of this sort of creative? And so I took all the templates. They give you the templates. Okay, you cut the wood this way, and you blah blah. You do this and you do that, and you use this stencil and blah blah blah. And I would take the stencils and put them upside down and turn them around and cut the wood differently. I would end up with the same finished project in the same amount of time that everybody else did. Was nice looking. It just looked different than everybody else's.
Was this a cry for attention?
I guess.
Like, I wonder where that comes from.
Well, I think what I enjoyed was having the teacher go, all right, yeah, you did it your way, great.
Wise guy.
He would, instead of giving me an A+, he gave me a A-, and gave everybody else A's if they did a good job. I did a good job because he had to give me a good grade because I did a good job. But he had to dock me to prove to me that he was the boss, and I didn't follow instructions. Well, that's just me. I didn't follow instructions. I read the instructions, and then I would go do the same thing like I'm doing now. When somebody asks me a question, explore what's behind everything. That drove him nuts. That drove the teachers nuts. And I just went, well, you're not going to tell me why we're doing this. You're going to tell me how to do it, but you're not going to tell me why we're doing it. I want to know why we're doing it. The guy on Tone Talk, he says, well, you know what? I tend to gravitate towards amps that have no negative feedback in them. And Dave goes, yeah, I understand that. And I'm like going, why? How many amps do you know that are out there that have negative feedback? Have you tried every single one? Are you absolutely sure that you like all amps that have no negative feedback? Have you ever played a no negative feedback amp that you didn't like? Do you ever think about things that you do think about?
There's a reason why his first amplifier was called the Pitbull, folks.
Yeah, because a pit bull could beat up a bulldog, and that's what the Highway was called.
All right, next question. I don't know if you can answer this. Any insight on the differences between the Deliverance 2 Plus and the upcoming Ultralead revamp that you can tell us?
Well, the Ultralead is a different animal. They come from the same DNA, the same stock, but they are a different animal. You know what? Actually, the videos that we just had done by Michael Nielsen and Henning Pauly and Pete Thorne, 3 completely different takes on the Deliverance, and every one of them cool and valid. And I'm listening to those guys going, they really actually brought something different to the table on each of those videos. They all just didn't do the same thing. It was great. They showed 3 completely different aspects of that amplifier. And so that speaks to the range that they are capable of inspiring guitar players to go do something with that stuff. Not just, here's the way the overdrive sounds and here's the way the clean sounds. It's actually, after you get over all the crazy shit in Henning's video, if you look at the expression on his face while he's playing, he's just got this expression I've never seen in any of his videos where there's this inner joy while he's playing before he goes back to the crazy part and drives you crazy, drives you nuts.
Oh, I thought
forcing
that was
you to listen to that. But it was
brilliant.
But he did bring something unique to the table. And of course, Nielsen's got this great sort of expansive approach to playing and demonstrating things. And Pete just does Pete. He's a lot of energy, in and out quick, bing, bang, bong, and creates a little composition and bang. And he really showed 2 things. He showed the range and character of the Deliverance that the other 2 guys didn't show. And he pointed out that he had discovered something that he noticed that other people got kind of hung up on too, which was like, you know, everybody says that this is just sort of like a metal only kind of amplifier, but that was my impression. My impression is this is like a good old school rock and roll amp. And yeah, you could play it that way. And he did. He found that was his zone to enjoy playing through that amp. And great, that's the whole point. What's different about the Ultralead? The Ultralead, it evolved differently. First, it existed before the Deliverance did, and the Deliverance was just sort of distilling all the DNA about what I like about amplifiers and putting into something simple that you can't really go wrong with it. The Ultralead is more of
you can't go wrong with it.
You can go horribly wrong with it, and that's a testament to the the plethora of different negative impressions that people have had about that amp. Never mind that the guys that enjoy it are diehard, longtime players of the Ultralead, and even the guys that appear to have moved on to other brands that they endorse and blah, 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 blah. And then you go see them on stage, you know, magically somehow the Ultralead still manages to be backstage in their rig.
Oh, no shit.
That they don't talk about.
Oh, interesting.
Because they're stumping for another manufacturer now. But the Ultralead is still hidden back there. And it's uh, it's a character difference. We can actually show you in a minute. I'll set up an overdrive sound with the Deliverance and an overdrive sound with the Ultralead module, which isn't really that fair of a comparison because it doesn't have the power amp section. But the main thing is the Ultralead power section traditionally has been more of just a big, clean reproducer of whatever the preamp is doing. Where in the Deliverance, it's intended that the power amp and the preamp sort of intermix more and create a vibe.
Can you get okay? And this is a challenge. This is a challenge to you, my friend. You're
I'm trying to keep up with you.
well. I'm in
That's a
listening
challenge.
mode. You're delivering monologues, so you're not drinking as much. So here's the challenge. Are you ready? Because you've brought it up. Like Dave can deliver an answer succinctly. So here's the question. Can you get what you get out of the Deliverance from the Ultralead?
Yeah.
Okay. You can't get everything out of the Deliverance that you can get out of the Ultralead because
That's
of
right.
its advanced
Right.
bells and whistles sounds derogatory, but there's a lot more of the feature set going on. in
Well,
that
I've had
design,
more than a
right?
few guitar players that come to me years later that have been Ultralead players
Mhm.
that their playing style evolved or matured, and they're more into the tonality and less into the speed and the action and all that stuff, or the amount of overdrive. Go, dude, you know what? I played a blues gig with my Ultralead last week. I never even knew it could do that.
Oh yeah.
I'm
yeah.
rediscovering the Ultralead, and I'm like,
Yeah, that makes sense.
that
Because the Ultralead, like, I mean, look, we're all like,
makes a mommy very happy.
sure, yeah. But we all lead with our eyes a lot, and that amplifier doesn't look like a back to basics, simplistic tone machine.
That amp scares the shit out of people.
Right.
We took some amps to back in the day. We took some amps to Black Crows to check out.
Oh,
They were so intimidated.
whose idea was that?
They were so intimidated by
All
the
due
way they
respect.
looked that they wouldn't even talk to us. He would not even say hello. He just like looked at it and went. There was some kind of hubbub, that was at their soundstage. They were rehearsing at the soundstage, and
It's a big nope.
yeah, the manager came up, called the guitar tech over, and the guitar tech, who is a friend of mine, is the guy that set up the whole meeting. And he just basically told the tech to come over to tell me that, we're not going to have time to check out your amps today.
These guys are jackasses anyway.
And,
did I say that?
And, I said, we went to a lot of effort to bring all this stuff. How did you think that they could at least just say hello and thanks for the effort? Sorry, we're not interested. No, they would not
No.
even come and
It's the Robinson
speak to
brothers.
us.
They don't do that.
Yeah, it was pretty. After that, I was like, fine.
They put the capitals in rockstar asshole.
Mm.
Okay, so this is an interesting question. Can you guys talk about the concept of space versus tone?
Space.
That sounds like a choose your own adventure question.
Yeah, because space could mean a lot of things.
Right.
To me, space means putting yourself in a place where you're open to whatever you can get inspired by at any given place or
So
time.
a psychological space state of mind
Yeah,
is how you're
yeah.
reading that.
Another concept of space could be just in your playing. As you mature, you get conversant with the idea of not playing in a place where there's a hole, which is just as effective as if you had played in that space. And maybe even more effective, you had the skill and the experience to not fill that hole with something,
Yeah.
which
so
is just
that's-
important as
on the grid, how much shit are you playing?
Right.
Another way to interpret it would be what does the physical space do and contribute tonally to your stuff, right? In this room, if we cranked up this Deliverance, it would sound a lot different than if we just placed it in the center of the crypto.com arena.
Yeah, and using
up,
that
right?
definition of space, for example, I'm in a demo room, and I just love the Crossroads guitar solo. I love the tone of it more than the technique or playing the solo note for note. Although I do,
Ralph Macchio, Steve Vai, Ry Cooder.
I do like.
You play it note for note.
I play it note for note.
Play it.
Because
Play it.
I just like playing it. But I never got the sense that I really was able to nail the sound, regardless of what amp I played through. And our amps should have been able to do that. And I wasn't really able to nail that either. And I couldn't figure out why. And then one day I'm in the demo room, kind of end of the day. I'm just kind of playing that solo to myself, just to relax, just to unwind a little bit. And somebody came in and asked me a question, and they left the door to the demo room open. And I heard this little echo out in the warehouse, and I just stopped. I went, oh my God. And I moved it was a head in a 412 cab, and I moved it. It was next to the doorway of the demo room. I moved it halfway out the demo room so that it was in the doorway, so that a couple of speakers were reflecting out into the warehouse.
Yeah.
And there it was.
That's
There it was. I went, it's been there the whole time. And the only thing that I didn't account for was the room ambience.
yeah.
And that's in
super
that
cool.
sense of space, that was absolutely crucial component of getting that sound right, was the echo of a big hall.
You know, it's interesting. So many people's like touchstone for great rock tone, Edward Van Halen. And, the first album, plenty of people debate like what was his best tone, but I think everybody can agree that when Van Halen 1 dropped, it's like, this is like nothing I've ever heard coming out of a guitar.
Mm-hmm.
But it's interesting listening to the Gene Simmons produced demo from like a year and a half or 2 years or whatever, however earlier that was. It's like almost all the same songs, but like none of Ted's engineering mixing shit going on. None of the hard pan with the reverb making it enormous. It's like, I don't think Ed was playing through his gear, but it doesn't really matter because we've heard him playing through different gear and it always sounds like him. It did sound like him, but like that monstrous guitar sound without the space in there, because it really does sound like 57. What do we got here? Got sparkling. Thank you.
Yeah, it's really funny you should mention that, because on the Pete Thorne Deliverance demo, at the very end, he goes, you know what I'm picking up off this amp that I didn't really expect to
the
pick up on?
Unchained
Yeah,
reference.
he did the Unchained riff, and then he went, okay, that's actually pretty close, but it's actually probably more gain than the original sound really had. And people are always like, wow, no, to get Ed, you need more gain, and actually you need less. But I listened to it and I thought, you got that really close, and now he's going to turn the gain down. And I went, oh, that'll be interesting. And when he turned the gain down just like one notch, this sparkle, which is in gain 1, as you turn it down, that timbre changes. The timbre change that occurred when he did that, he obviously spent enough time messing around with the amp to understand the timbre characteristic of that control. That's part of the reason I wanted him to do that demo, because he's got that sort of inherent sort of ability to zero in on what that is. He turned the gain down a little bit and played the riff again, and there it was. It had that really sparkly, fun sounding top end, to the Unchained riff.
I think-
Except he was playing it live. There was no reverb on it,
Oh.
and somebody else was listening to it with me thinking, "Oh, the higher gain version sounded better," and I'm going, "No, it didn't. No, the lower gain version was more accurate. All it needed was a delay panned hard right, and it would have been right on."
Yeah.
And that's what I think anybody who's a real EVH aficionado would listen to that, would hopefully understand that and go, that amp probably nails that sound better than all the even the amps that Ed had other people designed to get that didn't get that.
Mm.
And it isn't because they couldn't. It's because he was driving them to go a different direction, because he was going in a different direction. And what he was doing on the first album, any player will tell you, when they make their first record, the time they make their next one, they're done with what they did the first time, or they're not. They made one record and like, okay, I've worn out my whole brain and body making one record. I just want to make that same record 15 more times.
I think Dave was telling us, or told me, that when he was talking to Ed said that he really did not like the tone of the first record.
I was talking to
Like the record that everybody's like, this is the dawn of a new age, and Ed's like, yeah.
I was talking to John Shanks when he was working on that
Oh.
album, that he was gonna be the producer on that one album,
Yeah.
and he was like, he's a
Can we add that amp back in?
he,
I think it was a
Yeah.
part of the track.
he was kind of pushing to get Ed to go back in and re-explore that territory, and he said that Ed's response was, "Oh man, I don't play that way anymore."
Yeah.
And all the people that love the first album sound are going, "Why don't you love the sound that I love
Yeah.
that you did anymore?" Because you're there, I'm here.
Totally.
See, I'm on a train.
Totally.
I got on the track on deck A, and now I'm on deck Z, and you're still trying to figure out what the hell I did on deck A.
Yeah.
There's a Jethro Tull record. The very first album that Jethro Tull put out, their first album was called This Was. They put out a record and said, "This is who we were at the time that we made this record. By the time you're hearing it, we're gone."
Yeah.
We're still here, but we're gone from that.
I didn't know that was the
Space.
title of the first record. That's so cool.
That's
That's
telling
so
you
cool.
that's telling you something really important about the evolution of music, that they were just kind of clever and weird enough to rub your face in by making an album title out of it.
I love that.
And,
So,
yeah,
bringing it back to the original question.
the concept of space.
Yeah. I mean,
There's lots of
I was
interpretations
framing
of
it
space.
around physical location,
Uh-huh.
or how you're presenting your tone sonically. And I just think if you track down, and they're all on YouTube, you can listen to that stuff. If you listen to those original Van Halen demos before the first record, it's the Gene Simmons Electric Lady demos. I think that's where they did it. It's like cool, but like not Ed's fucking sound, and that space aspect was a big part of that.
And you know what I didn't really realize?
Huh. And by the way, the next question is concerning what you're eating here, because our buddy Scott wants to know about these nachos.
Okay, we might have to have Niko Chan come in and explain that.
Oh, that'd be great. Look, this was. They were delicious.
This was a batch of nachos.
Happy times. Look, come on, man. Nachos and whatever the hell was going on in this.
Mm.
That's worth another cheers. You got a little more liquid in there?
Yeah.
Again,
Cheers.
cheers. It's fun to be back.
Mm. Well, you had gotten on a path that you were following, and that you felt like it was going to be really difficult to pull all these
Oh, yeah.
various strings in your life together into one seamless thing. And I understood that, and I went, "Hey, that's what happens." And
I basically resigned I'm like,
Well,
dude, I don't have room to do this shit.
And I went, and I understood that because people change and people grow and people have lives to live outside of whatever it is I'm doing, and that's life. And but we were still having communications and stuff like that. And
It's my butt.
you had gone on and you were doing your thing, and
Well, when you take on a massive new workload, you're like,
yeah,
look, it's
I
not
need to-
that I don't want to. I just can't right now. Let me figure this out.
You need to figure it out.
And about a month later, it was like, hey, guess what? I can still come out and play. Are you motioning this? Oh.
Oh, the magical creator of the thing needs the sacred liquid. Yeah, so it was actually about, I think I could finish a couple of those videos that we were working on, and I think I just texted you something along the lines of, I don't think the Mouse is the Mouse without the Joe factor.
Yeah, you did.
And
say
then
that.
you came back and went, I think that the way things are working out, I think that we can have that discussion. So
Yeah.
I was just like, I wasn't going to do a Mouse without Joe. I was thinking about what else would we do? Do I want to do? Do I have time to do?
I remember
was-
talking to you about maybe you just hop online like here and just talk to the peeps,
I thought about that. It didn't intrigue me because it's not, I don't know. I didn't really feel like I know what I do that is aggravating and exasperating for people, which is go on these big tangents.
That's also part of what people love, I think, too.
Yeah, but without
It's like your strength is your weakness.
Yeah, but without
reason.
somebody tugging on the rope once in a while to like, hey, come back. I would just go off into I can just see, on those old,
I remember early on when we were doing the Malcontents, seeing some comments and they'd get mad at me. They'd be like, man, Joe
"Why'd you
interrupts
stick your
Steve
big
all the
mouth
time.
in
And I'm
there?"
like,
blah,
"Man,
blah, blah. Like,
you guys don't know. Like when we get off these shows, Steve's going,
thank
will
you.
you please get me to shut up? Like
Yeah.
I can't stop talking. And so,
I was talking to Dave Friedman about that when after the Toe Talk show, I went over to his place and I said, he says, you know how to talk. And I said, it's not that. I said, let me try to illustrate it for you. In my brain, so there's the right half and the left half. I said, one half is going, and I specifically use that Jetsons engine sound because that's what it feels like. It just goes off. The other side of my brain is going, shut up, shut the fuck up, just shut up, stop, just shut up. And when I just said that, Dave just like cracked up and he was, oh, I see. Okay. All right. I understand what you're saying now.
Well, okay. Let's get back to the nachos.
All right.
Mine are gone, so I'd have to be talking about them kind of in retrospect.
Okay, here's the
You
thing.
still have them.
We actually here, and I need some help.
Here, have a take a bite and analyze that shit.
All right. Well, here's the thing, and we actually did have a discussion about this last night.
No. I already had mine.
Yeah. Have some more.
Drug pusher.
You go to a restaurant and they put a bunch of chips on a plate and then throw some cheese and some shit on top of it and go, here's your nacho.
Charge you $20.
It doesn't work that way.
Thank you.
The secret is layers. You put a layer of chips and then a little bit of cheese and then some salsa and then black beans and then another layer of chips and then another layer of cheese and then some black beans and then some salsa. And you do that 2 or 3 times. And so what happens is you get successive layers
Amanda gets it.
and
You got a
combinations
layer.
and combinations of crispy parts and soft parts together.
Way.
And that's what makes a good nacho good. And
Nachos
Yeah, we
to
just-
me are a lot like
I mean, even in LA
Sex?
County. No,
Oh.
actually. I guess we could go there, but I wasn't going to. They're a lot like margaritas. Like, it's harder to find good nachos than you'd think. It's harder to find a good margarita than you might think. But in LA County, they all cost way too damn much.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times I won't get nachos or a margarita because I'm like, I'm just not going to risk it unless somebody tells me the shit is bomb here. Okay. Thank you.
There's so many times you go to a place where you want a good drink. You have to go to a place where they make good drinks. The other places, there's three kinds of bars. There's the bars where they pour light all the time because they're just cheap ass bars.
Yeah.
The bars where they overpour to get you to just drink more, and it just tastes like your drink no matter
It's
what
all
the
cheap shit.
whatever
It's
the
horrible.
drink is, it just tastes like battery acid. And the bar at the Hilton and the bar at the Sheraton at the Anaheim Convention Center are two perfect examples of shit bars. They could make phenomenal drinks. They've got professional bartenders there, but they pour heavy and they're not fun to drink. It's just like pouring alcohol down your throat, just wood grain alcohol. It's terrible. And then there's the bar where the bartender takes pride in what they're doing. And when they deliver you a drink, it's like this person, male or female, thought about what they were doing and delivered the goods. Now, there's a place in Studio City called Black Market.
I haven't been.
And there's a girl there who's kind of like the general manager on behind the bar. And she knows how to make a damn gimlet.
Oh,
I don't even like...
that's not typically
Actually,
my thing.
the other bartenders that work in that place all do a good job too.
But she's a cut above.
When I go in there, if I have a choice between sitting at a table or sitting at the bar, if she's working there, I'll sit at the bar so I can
You're
flag her
maneuvering in
down.
there. Yeah.
And she's always going to do that extra thing, like take a little bit of
Niko Chan, you're the best. Look at this, guys.
to Niko Chan.
To Niko Chan. And
Oh, look at
all
the
the
half the salt, the
Malcontents
half chicken. What's the
this is
what's
so
that?
happy.
What's the torn liqueur? The French liqueur that you drink with the sugar cube, the
Are you talking about absinthe?
absinthe. Yeah.
Yes.
The bartender at Black Market, if she knows that you know what a real gimlet is, she'll just do a quick little wisp of absinthe inside the glass and dump it
Well, that's
out.
a Sazerac jam,
Yeah.
which is that's my favorite cocktail. It's just like
I go to Black Market for the gimlets. I go to Wooden Water in Sherman Oaks for the margaritas.
see, you're over here further. I don't know those places. I'm over in East Los Angeles.
And if I go to some place that I don't know, I'll either order whatever decent red wine they have, or something out of a bottle like a beer or something like that, because I don't want to get burned.
We should go to some of those places over here. I don't know the bars over here very well.
Are you gonna add the KHE switcher setup
In the Cyclops manual.
in the Cyclops? Yeah, we could do that.
Sweet.
See, the whole thing about the Cyclops is that is a product that was entirely driven by consumer demand. We can have ideas. I can have like, hey, it'd be cool. Or
Well, I mean, that's a great question because clearly there's a desire
Yeah.
for that. So great. Add that.
it might not say KHE on it though, but you didn't hear me say that out loud.
Yeah, little
Don't
inside
you just hate
information.
that?
Yeah, where did the name Deliverance come from?
John Lennon used to say that his best songs were gifts that were just handed to him. And the Deliverance is that. We were sitting in a meeting around a table with all the guys, all the people, not the guys, all the people, because our company has always been people, not just guys. And
That's a fact.
we were throwing things around, and actually, I've told this story so many times, but I'll tell it again. Just before the Deliverance concept came about, we were talking to Leslie West about doing a Leslie West signature.
I wondered if you'd bring that up. I remember you telling me this.
Yeah. And
Is Erico's guitar around?
yeah,
Can we pull that out?
yeah.
You tell this. Is it in another room? Does Erico know where it is?
She knows where it is.
You
Yeah.
talk about it. I'll have it.
So Leslie West was doing a gig at House of Blues and during NAMM, and he was supposed to have Marshalls delivered to the House of Blues for him, and Marshall didn't deliver. They dropped the ball. And a friend of Leslie's, who was a friend of mine, came to my booth and said, "We got a problem. I've got Leslie West over at my booth. They're playing at the House of Blues tonight. He was supposed to have Marshall amps, so they didn't show up." And I said, "Stop right there. Everything that I have in my booth, you can take to the House of Blues for Leslie West." And he goes, "I had a feeling you were going to say that." And I just said, "All you got to do is come and take it over there and then bring it back the next day. That's all you got to do. And you won't owe me anything. Just watching Leslie West play with my amps behind him on a stage would make my day." And so he did. They brought their crew over. They basically tore down half of our booth, our NAMM booth, and drove it down to the House of Blues, and he played a set. And I thought, okay, this is going to be the broken down old Leslie West kind of grinding through the hits kind of thing. No. It wasn't Mountain. It was Leslie West as a solo artist, and he had some really ace musicians with him. And he fucking killed. He killed. I'm telling you, he killed. And he killed so bad that Erica was having a Beatlemania moment. She was crying. Her mascara was all down her face. She had come down to the NAMM show, and I said, "Bring your Junior, bring your Mountain album." And I had given her a Les Paul Junior for her birthday, and
It's rotten. Yeah.
and she brought it down, and she had Leslie West
Wow.
sign her record right there. And Leslie was funny. He's like really a pragmatic guy. No bullshit, no screwing around. He just like, she was wearing this mini dress, and while he's looking up at her skirt, he's signing her record and then signing her Les Paul Jr. Hands it back to her and goes, "Here, this is worth $10,000 now." And it was very, very funny. Anyway, so we went down.
This is a cool ass guitar.
He kicked ass.
The sign is upside down.
So you're saying
You
show it that way instead?
Here, put it over here. In front of this one.
Oh, okay.
Upside down this way.
Sure.
That was just typical Leslie West. He didn't sign it to where it made sense. He signed it upside down because that was the easy way for him to do it. So
Look at that crossfade.
yeah. So he did that, and then we went down and saw him play. He kicked ass, and then afterwards, he called me and he says, I want you to do an amp. I want you to do an amp. We're going to call it the Big Fat Ass Amp. That was exactly my reaction. I just busted out laughing. I went, all right, whatever you say, bro. Back and forth and back and forth. We end up not being able to arrive at a deal.
Why do you want like a $100,000 signing bonus or something?
I don't even remember. It just,
Wow, this is a fretless wonder.
it was just, I would have loved to have him play our gear, but he was already
That smells so good.
so into that he knew exactly, and he did, that he has the absolute right to do that, doesn't he? I know how I get my sound. This is how I get my sound.
Yeah.
And
Turns out he's right.
And basically, yeah, we're going to do a signature amp. We're going to call it the big fat ass amp. It's just basically going to be a clean amp. It doesn't need any fucking overdrive, but you could put overdrive in there for the kiddies if you want. And I just went, so what you're telling me is we're supposed to make a clean amp so that you can be happy, but because people don't understand your sound, we're going to lie to them and put an overdrive channel in and say that's your overdrive sound when it absolutely isn't. And I'm not going to fucking do that. We're just going to make a clean amp and it's going to live or die.
What's up with you and integrity, dude?
I don't fucking know.
Why are you hung up on
that.
having integrity?
Because I don't know.
God, dude.
Just to be a
Why can't you just make money
Because I'd rather be an asshole.
with integrity? What a dick.
You say integrity, I say stick it up your ass. I don't know.
Smell that. I love that smell.
Yeah, the smell
That's the smell of old guitar. That neck is badass.
I don't want to be no slave. I don't want to be done to. I just want to make love to you.
I'll make it about nachos.
I just love the Rolling Stones version of that. It's the best. Yeah, and I just want, that doesn't. Sorry, dude.
Scott says if Steven didn't have integrity, he'd work for Marshall. Whoa!
I did have an opportunity to work for one of the main corporate amplifier companies. And yeah, it didn't appeal to me.
Because you'd go in there and be like, "Oh, this is how you do it." No, I'm going to do it differently.
Yeah, no, there wasn't going to be any of that, and I knew that going in. So I've never gone that direction because I knew it would be a waste of time.
Yeah, this just has failure written all over it for everybody. So you were saying, back to this question, the name Deliverance was about the idea just kind of falling in your lap.
So we had this prototype already sort of in the works.
Yeah.
The big fat ass amp. And I already had the circuit boards on it. And inside on the circuit boards, it said BFA 100.
No shit.
BFA 100. I still have them.
Wow.
The prototype boards say BFA 100 on them.
Huh.
And then when the whole deal crashed, it was like, well, what are we going to do? I don't know. We'll figure out something to do with them. And later on, Erico came up with the concept of why don't we distill what our sound is? Because she was really
big on that.
She was big on that because she was curious herself. What is our sound? She kept.
And for those, I mean, we have a lot of regulars who come back repeatedly, but for those who haven't been here for episodes where we've talked about this, Erico has a ridiculously detailed ear.
And she has
her own unique language about what she's hearing.
And she also has this Columbo level curiosity where she will not fucking let go.
Well, kind of what this question was a little bit of a challenge.
If you ever watch Columbo, he's got this annoying, just irritating way of coming back at you again and again and again. I want the A explanation. Now I'm back for the B explanation. Like, what about the C explanation?
Yeah. That was some bullshit. Okay, now really answer my question. Mm-hmm. And then you take another stab at it. Okay, that's fine. How about you try again?
Yeah, how about stop patronizing me and answer my fucking question?
So really it was a challenge to you, right?
It's always a challenge. That's
like you've done
everything that we do is a challenge.
Because you didn't start the company in terms of big amplifiers off the strength of simple designs. It's like you started in channel switching land and kind of worked your way backwards. So her challenge was kind of like, do we have a sound?
Yeah. Who are we? What are we?
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Yeah.
And-
Because she would hear records and go, I can identify. I hear Marshall on that record. I fucking hear it.
Mhm.
I know what a brown Fender sounds like. I know what a blackface Fender sounds like. I know what a fucking Vox sounds like. What are we?
That's exactly right.
Do we have a thing? And you're going, yeah, we have a thing. And
Okay,
she's
what is
going,
it?
yeah.
Okay.
Well, then,
As I had a guy when I was, I don't know, you remember a long time ago, I had a guy ask me a question about something. Do you know what you're trying to accomplish with this? Do you have the information that I need? Blah, blah, blah. I go, yeah, I have it. It was up here, but I didn't have it written down. And he goes, you have it? I go, yeah. He goes, then
Oh my-
produce it.
look what's happening.
Oh my
More
God.
nachos.
I thought you wanted more.
You were correct. Look at this table. Thank you.
So the guy
Thank
challenged me.
you.
He says, "Oh, if you've got the information that I'm looking for, produce it." And that was like a real big throwdown. So this was the same kind of a thing. If we in fact do have a character or quality to our amplifiers that we can represent as definitive, then what? And I'm like, well, I had to really think about that. So we went through this whole process, and then she went, oh, okay, I see. All right, so can we make an amp that just does that without anybody having to extract it out of all these different various things? And I go, well, yeah, absolutely. So that was what we did. And then when we were sitting around with the prototype big fat ass boards, trying to figure out how we were going to get to the next level, we're talking about what we would call it. And names were getting bandied about the room. And then, I don't know, I just did this. And I went, Deliverance. It just came out of me. I didn't think. It just came out of me.
It's a great.
And everybody around the room went, ooh. And that was the end of the conversation. I don't even remember everybody going, I like it, let's run with it. I think it was just like, ooh, and all right, it's lunchtime.
Yeah, right. Okay, so moving on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I guess we're done.
yeah. I love that.
So yeah, I felt that. I felt it. I felt the hair on my arm stand up when that word came out of me, because I wasn't going, hey, I got a brilliant idea. How about? No, it just like, it was out there someplace, and it went whoosh, like this. And it just sort of like if you touch something that's electric and you touch somebody else and they get an electric shock because you touch something, that's the way that was. It was like, oh,
Yeah.
What was that? I don't know. It was, I just did this and you did that. And that was the end of it.
I love that.
No discussion, no argument, no, maybe we should call it the Silver Deliverance. You know, it wasn't.
There's a list of names.
Yeah.
And you're voting on
It,
them.
yeah, the list of
Everybody
names.
wants Deliverance. Raise your hand.
Yeah, no. When the word Deliverance came out of my mouth, the name list, it almost spontaneously combusted. You know, just, it was gone. And I didn't think, whoa,
So
that was.
Turbotone.
I didn't think that was. I didn't
out?
think I was being brilliant. I just think somebody out there saved my ass from having to spend another moment thinking about it. That's how I thought. I just like, great, that's over with. Let's move on. What do we have? Pizza today?
Yeah, man. So Adam is asking, and we've talked about, well, you've talked about this before, but it's worth talking about again. It's about mixing two different. Wait, are you on another trip? Because
I was just reading John Gorman's comment, which is
John's in the house.
totally
Right on.
totally appropriate, by the way.
Hey, John, how you doing, man?
Yeah, read what he said. It's hilarious.
I'm sorry, I'm stuck higher. I got to be up here because I'm going through the questions.
All right.
Let's see. Oh, well, you know what, John? Are you talking about the hockey game comment?
Hey, by the way, how's everybody doing? I hope you're doing great. We're having a great time.
Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. And I probably shouldn't even say this. Yeah, hey man. Yeah, I'm not going to say it because I don't want anyone to ruin it for me. I hear you. Anyway, John, I totally hear you. Different sport, but I have another game to watch later. I'll just leave it at that.
Lou Wood says, I wish I had more green power switches. We can arrange that.
On other products, or
I don't know. He just said, I wish I had more green power switches.
Oh,
I think he
cool.
means I wish I had more Fryette stuff.
oh yeah, you know what? Me too.
You know what they say?
I'm
Crunch all you want. We'll make more.
I'm getting me one of these Series 2 Deliverances, 2+. I'm doing it. You keep telling me no.
I want to.
doing
You know what you really need? You need a guitar that's got dead bodies from 1970s hidden in the surface of it.
Well, okay, I wasn't gonna get into that, but there's a guitar that I actually really want Bruce to build me. But I have some other things to take care of before I ask him to do that. But absolutely, I want him to build me a guitar.
This guitar just makes you want to slap it all over.
Yeah.
Okay, where are we? What are we doing?
We're talking about mixing different speaker models in a cabinet.
Yeah.
And the question is, let's be specific. I'm wondering if mixing two different models of speakers in a cabinet affects the voice of each speaker
Absolutely.
versus if you put only the same type of speaker in a cab. And this is always interesting. So, opine.
Well, come on. I mean, here's the thing.
Dude, you know all this shit. I'm just the player. I just plug the shit in. I don't know why it does what it does.
Yes.
You've told companies how to build speakers for you.
Speakers are electromechanical devices.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just put stuff into them, they put stuff back. So think of it like tires on a car. You have 4 tires on your car. You bought the car brand new. It comes with the tires the manufacturer recommended. Again, the manufacturer is who? A company that just made a car and then just decided at the last second, what tires should we put on it? You really think that they do that? I swear to God, I think a lot of people think that manufacturers make these sort of
this is arbitrary
decisions after spending.
Yeah, we were able to get these for cheap.
After spending literally $1 billion, and I'm not even exaggerating, when a car manufacturer spends literally $1 billion tooling up to produce a new automobile model, they spend $1 billion, and by the time they get the tooling all done and the engineering and the upholstery and all the nuts and bolts and the 800,000 parts that it takes to assemble that and training the all crew, and at the very end of that, just before they
put that shit
ready to roll it out to take it to the test track, they go, yeah, what kind of tires should we put on? I don't know. Yeah, Just Tires is having a special on Kawangabanga tires for 99 cents for $99 for a set of 4. What do you think? Well, we've got like 17,000 sets of Goodyears from 5 years ago we could throw on there, and we could get them out of inventory. What about those? Yeah, let's just throw those on. Really? I mean, people honestly think things like this.
But sometimes you'll hear, like in the guitar world, like Fender was like just throwing shit like, we had.
But see, that's what's different about this industry. It is populated by people who really give a shit, who really focus on engineering to the point where they engineer the product to death to where it doesn't sound any good, no matter how cheap it is. There are those. There are the companies like during Leo Fender's era where, oh, really? You're out of the steel that I was buying from you really cheap to make the truss rods? What are those over there? They're almost the same diameter? Yeah, fine. Can I get the same deal? Oh, cheaper? No sweat. Great, I'll take those. there's that, because he's smart enough to know what he has to do to make those things work. And then there's everybody else that goes, I don't even understand what those guys are talking about, but I'm just going to do what they do, because all I really wanted to do was change a couple of resistors and caps in the preamp stage to make it sound different, and I'll make a new model out of that.
Yeah.
That's the three kind of dynamics that are out there in the amplifier industry. And my sort of struggle is, okay, how do we get the evolution, the subtlety, the specialness without being the geeks that, you know, just grudge fuck all the behavior and soul out of a design?
That's tricky, man. It's tricky.
Or without having to spend too much money and time acquiring the knowledge to do God knows what. By the time we accumulate that skill set and that knowledge, what are we actually going to do with it? And when we do it, is it actually going to sound good?
Yeah.
That's a time and an expensive R&D investment.
It's also taste of the builders.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I think about that in the guitar land, because,
and we spent thousands of dollars on design,
yeah,
you know, initiatives and we go, that just sounds like, you know, everybody's going to go, okay, let's listen to these. Like, you know what? That sounds like ass. We spent all that money and that sounds like ass. What are we going to do with that? And I'm like, chill. This was the thought experiment. We learned something. Yeah, it sounds like ass right now, but we learned something from that. And that's the thing that companies generally fear. That's why companies like Fender demand that if you're going to work in their engineering department, you have a master's in electronic engineering. That doesn't confer any special insight or intuition about what's going to work or not. It just gives you the basic tools to operate with the technology, the components that are available today, the things that are available for you to make stuff out of. That's all that gives you. It gives you a leg up on forward-thinking technological development, but it doesn't give you the ability to make something sound good. That takes a lot of effort, and it takes either an individual or two that have an innate ability to suss that out, or you have to have a whole team where everybody sits around and by committee, they hash their way down to the essentials, to where they're able to go, geez, after like two or 3 days of committee meetings, we've reduced it down to these 5 concepts that we need to pay attention to.
Yeah, but it's interesting because then it's like, well, how are you doing that reductive process? Because, you know, I think of it like when you're mixing a record or you're learning how to mix, you know, you can sit in front of your project and tweak and tweak and tweak and think it's getting better. But if you're never checking it against albums that you actually love, you can be getting really far away from that, you know? Like, that's why we always need controls. So to me, it's more apparent in the guitar world than it is in the amp world, where you have these over-engineered guitars and you pick it up and you're going, yeah, this thing is technically flawless. And unfortunately, it's also soulless. Like, it does not light up in my hands. And I don't want to play. I mean, there's some really, really great builders out there that, you know, I've owned their guitars and had to turn them over because, man, they just, again, they're technically perfect, but they just do not have the sauce, right?
Yeah. We were in Japan.
It's like, what are you comparing it against?
Yeah, exactly. And you don't know.
Yeah.
When the last time we went to Japan, we went to a Picasso exhibit.
Sorry, John saying overtime hockey's the best. He's just throwing in random shit. Yes, it is.
And after going through this whole really interesting exhibit about Picasso that had a lot of historical background in it that I never knew or understood, and I was really enjoying that. And so there was a T-shirt there that I bought that had a well-known Picasso quote on it, and the quote was, "Without great solitude, no serious work is possible." And I bought that because I just thought that it was so meaningful.
You really believe that?
Absolutely, because after all the committee meetings, all the back and forth, all the beating back and forth about who thinks what and why, at the end of the day, an idea is like a plant. It's like a flower. It's like a pet. It needs nourishment. It needs an environment in which it can grow and develop. And an idea is the same way. And sometimes if you have a cranky fuck with a strong personality that doesn't really want to stomp on everybody's, creative input, you got to just go away and lock yourself in a hole and go absorb all that stuff and think about what people said and why they said it and what is salient about what they said and how that is going to help give form to an idea where everybody's really just trying to help. You just need to just stop everything for a little while and have complete silence to be able to do that. And then after that, you can come out and go, all right,
You need to come out.
why I brought this to the open discussion for everybody to throw around is because an idea came out.
Yeah.
An impetus came out.
Yeah.
A demand from the end users came through whatever channels that they come through, texts, emails, comments on our social media posts, whatever. We see these things and they get reduced down to some ideas. And then those ideas, we bat them around. What do you think of this? What do you think of that? Blah, blah, blah. And we throw them around. But at the end of the day, one person has to just be able to go, what the fuck am I really trying to do here today? And that is...
Well, on the flip, in the amount of time that I've known you, what year did we meet? 2011, 2012? Something like that?
Just before the GPDI came out. So that had to be about 2012.
I can't even remember the amount of times you have been in the wilderness on your own working on something, and I'll get the call. I need some objectivity.
Yeah.
Like, I'm thinking this is good, but it might be a pile of rhino.
Well, that's the
stuff.
other aspect of solitude is you just
You have
spent
no
4 days
objectivity.
inhaling your own gases.
Right. Yeah.
To
Do my farts actually smell good?
Yeah, exactly.
double
exactly.
check
That
this
was I got that from Letterman. Letterman was interviewing who was that egghead, obnoxious right-wing radio?
Oh, Rush
Limbaugh.
Rush Limbaugh.
He had Rush Limbaugh on. He was interviewing Rush Limbaugh, and just he was actually trying to find a moment with Rush Limbaugh. He was just trying to find some common ground with Rush.
Interesting.
Where he just said, do you ever look in the mirror and just say to yourself, I'm just full of hot gas? He wasn't picking on Rush Limbaugh. He was just kind of...
I'm sure he's saying, like, I'm full of hot gas.
He's saying, I'm full of hot gas.
And we're in front of people every day. We have to talk all the time.
And
like,
he's just
you ever
asking... He's asking him if he can relate to that.
Yeah, right.
But the audience took it as like,
It's
oh
a
man,
dig.
Dave
Yeah, it's a
Letterman
dig.
really slammed into Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah.
Well, that isn't exactly what happened, but it's the sentiment is true.
Yeah.
And sometimes I have to come out of the sewer where all the gases are like unbreathable anymore and go, Joe.
Yeah, and I think you have guys in town, and I just happen to be one of them. You're like, hey, can you come by and play through this thing?
The only people that I do that with are people that I trust not only trust their opinion, but trust that they're not going to blow fucking smoke up my ass. And that's a really rare and difficult requirement for somebody, because in Hollywood, everybody blows smoke up your ass.
This is true. This is a fucking fact.
Yeah. And
It's a drag. It's a big drag.
I mean, I qualify who I'm going to hang out with, but if somebody says,
The first time you get to hear, hey, this kind of sucks, you're like, will you be my friend?
yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Wow, some truth.
Because the guys that go, oh, Brute, everything you do
Fucking
is like
great.
gold. Like,
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
And they never play your shit.
Yeah, I don't need people.
I want one of these fucking
Yeah.
things. And then you never hear from them again.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
So what the fuck does that got to do with mixing speakers? All right, well,
Okay, I'm proud of you. You're bringing it back.
the long and short of it is that most manufacturers don't spend any time thinking about speakers. Why? Because it's expensive and time consuming. And when all you really got to do is just copy a Marshall overdrive circuit and copy a Marshall power amp and put your own
Vintage
name on it
30s.
and put vintage 30s into it
Or
and
greenbacks.
right,
Yeah.
and put the right price on it, then you're golden. Why do you have to go through all this stuff? Well, there are people that have to go through all this stuff. Now, why do people put different combinations of speakers into one cabinet? The idea is, I want one cabinet I want a 412 cabinet that has a bunch of different sounds. What's the problem there? The problem is each speaker makes a different sound in that cabinet. So you can't really put a mic and put 4 different speakers in a cabinet and mic one of them and get the sound of all 4. It's
Right.
not possible.
Right.
I discovered that very, very early on. And I went, okay, that one of the first cabinets we made had a combination of vintage 30s and greenbacks in it. Greenbacks on the top, vintage 30s on the run. This is way before the X pattern, which
Why did you choose that?
screwed everything up, because I like greenbacks for what they did, but they didn't have the detail and the punch that I like.
And was this the same for slant cabs and straights?
Yeah, but what I did was I made a shelf inside the cabinet to separate the 2 pairs of speakers so that they wouldn't interact with each other.
Yeah.
But then I discovered
With two
that just by
212s.
wiring them together, they interacted with each other.
Wow.
And Bose came up with this concept in the 60s that each speaker has a frequency response curve that's peaky and dippy. Each speaker is peaky and dippy. And if you put a bunch of speakers that are peaky and dippy together, like 8 little speakers in a box, the peaks and dips from some will even out the peaks and dips of others,
Yeah,
and
it's
you'll
the
get a
confluence of all
generally
of this. Yeah.
more linear
It's pretty brilliant.
frequency response. It's just a real kind of caveman simple solution, elegant in its caveman simplicity.
Well, no one else had done it.
Nobody
Right.
else thought about doing that. It was just so obvious that the other speaker manufacturers did. Oh Christ, why didn't we've been doing these crossovers
Yeah.
and these guys, they just like put a bunch of them and flattened it all out, and
Yeah.
fuck them for thinking about things, and that's really the crux of it, right? So when I already had that sort of knowledge in my past explorations with hi-fi stuff, so when it came to, as soon as I put greenbacks in a cabinet with vintage 30s, I separated them for that reason. But then I understood that it was electro-reactive as well as acoustically reactive, and that wasn't going to work. And there was still the question of where the hell do you put the mic? And not only that, but putting a shelf between the top and the bottom too made the cabinets differ, because it's another structural element inside the cab. So now the cabinet's differ and it doesn't rumble. Well, it's not supposed to rumble.
Playing acoustic guitar. Bracing is everything.
In a hi-fi cabinet, you try to get rid of all the resonances. In a guitar cabinet, the resonances are the thing. So that didn't really work. So I just went, No, what I really need is a speaker that embodies the different characteristics that I want in one speaker. And that started my quest to design the ideal speaker for our cabs. Celestion was not able to accommodate us. Not that they were technically unable to, but they were kind of technically and kind of politically unable to do it. So we moved on. We worked with Eminence for a number of years. They provided us with a speaker that did a really great job of getting us in the neighborhood of where we wanted to be. And that was the P50 speaker, which is still one of my favorite speakers. And it still does a specific thing that no other speaker does. But I had already heard a bunch of other speakers, Fanes and Goodmans and those, and I understood what the dynamics were. So when Fane came back, I went, okay, if you guys will listen to me, I will tell you things about guitar players that you probably don't know. But they will be true. I guarantee you that they will be true about guitar players. And you will think that that's insane, and you will be right. But that's what I want, and that's why I want it. And they went, okay, we had a meeting. We read your email, and I sent them a very long, detailed email. And we read everything in detail, and we really considered your proposal seriously, and we agree. We're on board with your ideas and your concepts. And they completely changed what they were going to do. So all the people that are pissed off that Fane didn't come out with this big, ridiculous crescendo 150 watt, super clean, brittle, stiff speaker, you can thank me, because they would have sold 100 of them, and that would have been it.
Yeah.
And as much
Hey,
as
where'd Fane go again?
as much as I know you guys, some of you guys wanted that speaker because you thought that it's the big grail thing with the David Gilmour and all of that. You would be wrong. And I'm sorry to say that, but you would be wrong, because that really wasn't what it was all about. It was just a small period in Gilmour's career making sounds that those speakers appeared and then disappeared. So you can sort of just disabuse yourself of the whole idea that,
Do you know when he was using those?
yeah, for a very short period of time, because they only made the speakers for a short period of time in
Do you know
the late
era?
in the mid to late 70s.
What was he using at Pompeii?
I don't know.
Was that like 71?
I don't know. But they probably were.
That's the sound to me.
In 71, the crescendos didn't exist. So that should tell you something. And the Starfinder cabinet was all made with particle board. And you will not buy a particle board cabinet from any other company. You won't buy them from Crate. You won't buy them from PB. You won't buy them from anybody, because they sound like shit. You'll buy a Starfinder cabinet because it has the Vox grill cloth on it and says Starfinder on it, and has a big, stiff, high-powered, unforgiving, unflexible speaker in it, because Gilmour used it. Great, but it's still a suck-ass cabinet with a suck-ass speaker. That's all there is to it.
And he quit using them, so there you go.
And there you go. So when it comes to all these different combinations and the X pattern and all that stuff, this is people just trying to claw their way through to a solution that seems logical, and I totally relate to that. I understand that. I encourage that, individuals experimenting and trying things. And I have done all those things, and I've arrived at these conclusions, and I've brought these conclusions and these concepts to speaker manufacturers. And some guys who consider themselves real speakers, serious speaker designers, go, yeah, there's a whole lot of logical sense in what you're saying. We should try that. And to their credit, Eminence and Fane signed on, and we got 2 really great speakers out of it. And that's all I really needed. So I don't really condone mixing different speakers together in a cabinet, because the benefits that you get out of it don't really accrue the way you would like them to, because you're still going to need at least one microphone for every different type of speaker you have.
I was going to say, if you're playing, in your rehearsal space or you're
Yeah.
playing gigs, that's a different sort of thing.
Yeah.
And you're just like
Yeah.
getting off
Yeah.
on the sound of your
Yeah.
amp in the room.
Go to the
but
gig.
when it's time
and-
to record,
Yeah, go to the gig and go up to the sound guy, the cranky sound man, who's already heard 3 shitty bands that night and is into his 3rd margarita, and tell him, yeah, I need 4 microphones on my 412, and see how many teeth you have left after you walk away.
like, I'm going to flip you off 4 times and then I expect you to walk away and never speak to me again.
It's just a practical reality of the speaker thing.
So, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No. I've way overstayed my welcome on that one.
Okay. All right. Oh, this is funny. Where was that? This isn't the question.
Good.
This is so.
Because what I'm going to say is not going to be an answer.
Hey, can you guys invite Al Jorgensen on sometime?
Who's Al Jorgensen?
Oh, you don't know him?
No.
Look, I would love to have Al on. I'm not necessarily a Ministry fan, but I'm a massive Skinny Puppy fan. And he co-produced Rabies, and Ogre from Skinny Puppy was in Ministry for a bit. I would love that. So that's my official. But we don't know him.
I like
don't-
these, and the trick is only cool if you're playing by yourself in a room. I like Adam.
Way.
Thanks. I tried mixing an F70 with other types of speakers, and it always sounded harsh until I just matched F70s with F70s. Instantly fixed the harshness. I mean,
Okay.
a greenback JBL D120 voicing switch would be a nice mod for some amps. No. Sorry.
Okay. Here's a good one for you. And while you answer this, I'm going to go use the little boys' room.
Oh, cop out.
I have nothing to contribute to this. Does the Deliverance 2 Plus use the bias cathode follower ahead of the long tail phase inverter? I imagine that's what that means. Or is there some other difference from the Fender style power amp that you're alluding to?
I'm afraid I don't understand the question. Let me read it a couple times while you're going and.
Sure.
let's-
Can you see it over here? Is this helpful?
Um,
Sorry, guys. Our manner of reading questions, Steve doesn't have like a big monitor in front of him. That he
I
can
do have
read
a
the
big
entire
monitor
thing.
in front of me, but
But
the
the
camera
camera
is kind of
isn't
blocking
obscuring
it.
it.
Where?
Look over here. Can you? Does that?
But I should be seeing that here because I'm on the same chat. We're not. Are you?
Oh
Is it farther up?
no, I have it on the screen. It's just
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
yeah, it would be farther up.
All right.
It was left at 7:12. If you're looking at the timestamp, oh, you can't even see it on there.
I can't see jack shit.
You can't see jack shit. Well, here, look. I'll blow this up for you. This is how
There we go.
the sausage gets made. There. You read
Use
that.
the
You answer.
bias cathode
some
follower
peanut.
ahead of the long tail pair. The 2 of the 2 Plus. No, it's a lot more evolved than that and more involved. I do not use any. Excuse me. Sorry. I don't use any standard topology for power amp design. None. There are lots and lots of different variations and iterations of phase inverters in power amp designs and combinations of phase inverters and voltage amplifiers, cathode followed voltage amplifiers, plate output voltage amplifiers to get what you're trying to do in this case is really just make a determination as to when the phase inverter in the power amp starts to hit its clipping point relative to where the power tubes hit their clipping point. And the power tubes, when they clip, they're not really adding distortion. What they're doing if the amplifier is designed, in my opinion, properly, are trying to get the output transformer to start maxing out, to start saturating at the same time that the power tubes are reaching the maximum ability to transfer power to the output transformer. So I want the phase inverter and the power tubes and the output transformer to all kind of hit their maximum potential at roughly the same time. Why? Because each different stage's characteristic behavior adds to the stew. So when each stage is doing its thing at the same time each other subsequent stage is doing its optimum thing, then you have this nice blend. And if you don't have a real even blend from stage to stage like that, you end up with something where one particular stage is protruding into the stew. And this is where you get, it tastes too salty. Oh, there's too much pepper.
But is this preferred as a part of particular amps sounds? Like, do some people use
Well,
that to
the Marshall,
advantage?
the Marshall sound is very
how you get that?
characteristic of like, it's like some of the most popular restaurants, some of the most expensive restaurants just fucking dump the salt on their recipes. Why? Because it tastes good up front. You can't eat more than 10 bites before, oh God, I can't fucking eat any more salt. I'm going to die. But the initial impression is that it tastes fucking fantastic. It also makes you thirsty. You drink more. There's a reason to do it that way. Is that the best reason from a culinary perspective? No, but that's what they do. It's a marketing decision. And in Marshall's case, they stumbled across this formula accidentally at the very beginning. They didn't know they were doing that. Jimmy Page and Jimi Hendrix and Pete Townsend went, oh, yeah, you're doing, I don't know what it is, but you're doing something right. And they're like, all right, well, will you buy more of them? Yeah, in fact, we're going to do a world tour and we're going to make a big record. Can we just have some? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can accommodate you on that. And that was the beginning of major amplifier marketing concepts. And that's why people use that as an icon, a touchstone. This is the way it's done. It's only the way it's done if you decide that you're going to do it the way everybody else does it. And I don't do that. I listen to what elements I think have a sort of a sonic behavior and a quality that I like, and I try to figure out how to work that into a concept that I'm working on that makes me play an E chord and go, I like that. I want to hear more of that.
But sometimes I think about the prevailing vintage gear, like a big reason why it became the standard is simply because that's what was clear and present at the time that this music was being made, and it was in its infancy. Like it could have almost been anything.
I've said
and
this.
then it's like, well, but that's what was available. So that's what was used. So we listen to those records and we're like, that sounds great because we liked that music.
I've said this many
it was
times.
only being used because
I've said
that's
this
what
many
was
times.
prevalent.
If the solid state amps had come out first, they would be the iconic vintage amplifiers of the day.
That's a great way of
and
putting
the tubes would have been, what are you using that shit for?
That's the weird sound.
That's like all sounds weird.
It's saggy and spongy. Like, I don't like this
wrong.
shit.
That's totally wrong. Why are you doing that?
Yeah.
And I would be the guy making the solid state amps. Just,
you know what? Maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's your next move. Solid state. Ooh, talk about a malcontent move. Holy shit.
I have heard.
The Fryette solid state special.
There was a punk band from Japan called, forget, Yellow Banana or something.
Oh, something split. Banana. Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, they're rad. They're fucking rad.
And they played at the Whiskey. We went to see them play. And the guitar player had a Marshall slant cabinet with a Sun Coliseum guitar amp on top of it. And I went, seriously? A Sun Coliseum? Get the fuck out of here. He comes out, he plugs his guitar, and he's playing a Les Paul, and he goes chunk chunk across the strings. And I went, oh my God, listen to that. That sounds awesome.
Melt banana.
Huh?
Melt banana.
Melt banana.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it sounded great. And they were just like with a total punk thrash band with this really nasally sounding high pitched chick singer. And they were so obnoxious. I loved them. And I thought, okay, I got to go meet this guy that's playing maybe it was either a Coliseum or a Beta Lead. I forget. But man, it sounded rad through that 412 cab. And that's when it occurred to me that I need to look into that circuit. And when I looked into the circuit, I went, yeah, it's like an old school solid state circuit that didn't really have that low impedance quality of today's solid state circuits, and why the speaker was able to react that way. And I just went, oh, I do, they're obsolete transistors. I don't really want to make a thing like that, because we could make something like that and it would appeal to 5 guitar players. But it would be fun.
Well, but if it's in the right hands,
the
right guitar player, it becomes huge. So I'm going to say something to you right now, with all due respect.
Yes, sir.
We're at 2.5 hours, and I'm
had
not
a
saying we should
suspicion.
get off. I'm having fun. Are you having fun?
I'm
Are y'all having fun?
I don't know, where are we at with the bottle of Patron? Are we finished with it yet? Because
No, we're
that's
not.
Well, we got a little work to do then.
But what I'm saying is, I think I'm way behind on questions here. So
All right.
if we can kind of do a little bit more speed round, then maybe we can get to talking about our man Dwayne a little bit. Is this? I feel like we're in the A team.
Okay, I'm halfway through my second margarita,
Me
so
too.
we should be
Me
working
too.
on the third.
That sounds good to me. I don't have to be anywhere right away tonight.
Right,
so
because
I'm
remember
good.
Remember that.
Oh, we're gonna be here all week, folks.
All right, this is how much left we have to work on.
But you know what? It's the
that we have-
spring.
Yeah, this is how much left we have to do. So you guys better come up with some pretty damn good questions.
It's May now, so it's coming into margarita season. So we can drink this a
is that
lot.
What it is? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
All right.
At least in my world, it's margarita mezcal season now.
Okay.
Shifting out of scotch and bourbon. Gets warmer. Okay. What do we got? Oh, here we go. How does a Master Lead 100, which is a Sound City amp that Steve designed, compare to a 1974 DR 103? My God, I love both of those amplifiers.
Yeah.
I know what I'd say about these.
Well, the DR103 is the DR103. The 74 is a good year for a DR103.
Oh.
The Master Lead 100 is designed to do the thing that this DR103 was never designed to do, which was make a smooth transition from the clean expression into the cranked, overdriven amp expression. And a few people have told me that this sounds like a high watt until you crank it, and then it starts to behave like a plexi. And I wouldn't have said plexi because the plexi has the E vowel. But the distortion characteristic that you get out of the plexi when you crank it, that would be an accurate assessment. So yes, how the Master Lead 100 compares to the DR174 DR103 is I made a thought experiment out of what would David Reeves do if he had continued on working on amplifier designs, what he would have done in the past when I was a young designer. He was an icon. He was in the business for years and years and years and knew his shit. Now he's been on another plane for the past 50 years. And I have more legacy in the industry than he did by a factor of 3, and have acquired much more experience and a much greater understanding about what guitar players wanted to evolve into and did evolve into.
And you know his designs intimately as well.
And I know his design
Because you
intimately.
study his
And
shit.
if anybody was a fucking malcontent, it was David Reeves.
Hey,
So
cheers to David
so
Reeves.
out of respect to an icon and a mentor, and trying to do my level best to be as cranky of a bitch as I've heard that he was, I felt it was my mission to try to extrapolate what he might have evolved into if he had been with us.
That was really what it was about.
That's
right?
what it was about. He would have understood that at some point I have to acquiesce to the marketplace, which is where guitar players want more distortion. And I don't like guitar players that like distortion because they're all idiots. But eventually the idiots will win out. And I'm going to have to, like, if I want to keep selling amps, I'm going to have to accommodate them somehow. And all it was a simple matter of, like, just not be so hardcore with the clean, 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 up to the point where I can't use this anymore. Make a graduated sort of approach to that. And so I tried to stay as close, he was closely to his designs as possible, but also make it possible for a guitar player to plug in and go from the clean, sparkly,
bless you,
expressive quality with the ah sound and this big sort of what I called the mid-range that sort of boils off the baffle of the cabinet. Those kind of characteristics, I wanted to incorporate all those and make it happen in one amplifier. And that was what the Master Lead 100 was about, to reimagine, if David Reeves was with us today, what he would have evolved into. And that was my sort of modest attempt to try to...
No, it wasn't modest, my friend.
To try to make a statement about that and demonstrate that statement by making an amplifier that it could have gone this way, could have gone another way, but it could have gone this way.
You know,
It was a thought experiment, like scientists do thought experiments. What if the world was whatever?
Yeah, no, I think that's a super valid way for creators to, you know, if they're in particular, like you
I could have
were
hired a
with
bunch of
Sound
engineers
City.
out of school and said,
Gross, fucking gross. I wouldn't be your friend if you did that. Fuck you. No, I'm thinking about, this is kind of a funny thing, like a brotherly bonding thing. Like, how many great amplifiers you and I have sat in front of and played, just throwing the guitar back and forth. Like, that's a pretty neat thing.
That's a thing.
That's a thing. And so I'm thinking about
Whether it's a brown this
we've
or
played
blonde
a
that,
lot of shit.
a lot of really great shit.
Yeah.
And a
Play
lot of weird stuff.
Yeah. And
Here's a
like,
weird off the wall thing that you would normally under any other circumstances you would hate this and walk away in 5 minutes. But I want you
but
to
we're
listen.
always trying to go, what's usable about this? What's cool in this thing?
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay, this amp is fucking God mode with this particular setting, with
And
this guitar,
only that
with this
setting.
pickup.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't use it for anything else. But
Right.
oh my God, this
Yeah.
amp. One of those ancient Sound Cities, like I think it was from 1967.
Right.
It was like 1,000 watts. What was that thing?
It was a 100, the Sound City 100.
Oh my
The
God.
gold
was
panel
this
100, the most unusable amp on the planet. And yet, both John Entwistle and Pete Townsend used it to fucking killer effect for the very first couple of years.
Well, we were like a Strat or a Tele on the neck pickup.
Only.
Oh my God.
But you
That
try to do it
amp-
with anything else
No,
with it, was
forget
just
it.
like
It's unusable.
painful,
Yeah.
useless.
And I
Fuck
have
it.
to say, you and I have sat in front of, I believe it was a 74 DR103 together.
Mm-hmm.
And we played that motherfucker without the aid of a
Mhm,
power station. And with a power station. We were and
Ow.
And it was
Yeah.
like, this is
More.
a
Ow, more.
rhinoceros in the Serengeti.
Yeah.
Rutting, like it was out of control in a glorious manner.
Thank you,
right?
sir. May I have another?
Yeah, way.
Yeah.
Right. And we're like, this is what, like, it's sort of flawed in that way, right? But that's what makes it beautiful. And was the DR-103 experience.
You listen to bands from the 70s that they weren't using gear because it was great tonally. It was like the God tone. It was like, I'm getting blah, blah, blah. They were using it because it was cheap, free, available in Chicago or Minnesota.
And if I play this, the guys in the back can fucking hear me.
Right.
That's it.
There was some horrendous fucking gear going around out there, and you listen to those bands and you associate that band with that sound. And I would really love to get that sound. Okay, you know how you get that sound? You go out and you buy the worst fucking garbage. If you can even find it. If you can't find it, what you can use, you can pay a guy with a caterpillar to go dig it out of a landfill somewhere, and maybe we can resurrect one.
But not saying a DR-103 is that.
No.
But what I wanted to say,
that particular 100 was the one thing, had 4 inputs. Each input had its own volume control, and of all of those, it had 1 input and 1 volume control that was worth even plugging into. And when you did that and turned it all the way up, it was glorious. And under any other circumstances, it was useless.
But you're like, this is what makes this amplifier great.
That's
and
right.
I love this thing. However, when you called me over to play the prototype of the Master 100,
funny cars, yeah. Hold that thought.
Okay.
You know, Pat Quilter, he's like what, 6'5", 6'6", or something like that. You know, he drives an Isetta.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Isetta that.
Pat is a malcontent.
He's a total malcontent. He's like, Lou Wood says, like driving funny cars. Yeah, Pat Quilter is that guy.
Amanda's
He's
totally calling her bluff.
A big, tall guy. He crams himself to an Isetta, the thing with the door on the front, the BMW from the 50s, the little 3-wheeled car. His knees are practically touching his chin. He loves that car. He buys these weird little bizarro cars.
I love that, man.
Because they're the coolest shit.
Yeah.
And he crams his giant frame into them.
What did Pat do before he designed amps? He's something else by trade.
No,
like
he
wasn't always an amp guy, was he?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. When I first met him, I met him in '68, and we were at a party, and he was in the corner, real nerdy, geeky looking guy, and he's like drawing schematics on napkins. And I went, I need to know more about this.
We're
guy.
gonna be friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're fucking weird. So what I wanted to say about the prototype.
Oh, Amanda's busting on you. Joe wanted this to be a speed round.
That's what I was just saying.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I was saying. She's calling our bluff. So
okay.
The comparison of the Sound City 100 and the DR-103.
Right.
A 74 DR-103,
right.
a really great sounding one, is that we cranked up the Sound City, the Master 100,
right,
which predated
the DR-103 by about 3 years.
No. I'm talking about yours.
No, I'm talking about the DR-103. Okay, go ahead.
Throughout the power band. All the way up, this 100-watt Sound City that you designed.
Mm-hmm.
I played through that thing. Do you remember? I showed you the goose.
Yeah.
It rearranged my DNA. DNA. I had never had an experience like that before, and we were playing it so fucking loud, and there wasn't a piercing, harsh element to it at all. It was like, this is musical everywhere. I can't believe this is going on. We don't even need to attenuate it. And I remember like freaking out, like, I don't want to stop playing it, and I know I'm ruining my hearing right now.
I had Joey Brasler, same thing. We were at the Nashville NAMM show. I had plexiglass in front of it. I handed him my Strat.
I love this guitar.
And I said, "Here, play through this." And he went,
Joey knows tone.
"I don't know." And I said, "Just fucking play it." And he just barely touched his fret to the string, and he recoiled in fear. And I
But
went,
it's like-
"Joey, it's got plexiglass in front. Just fucking go for it." And he looked around. This is at the NAMM show. He looked around like, "Am I going to get arrested?" I said, "Joey, we got plexiglass. Just fucking play a goddamn E chord." And he did it. He went, and he did the same thing. His hair arms stood up, and he went, and he gave it back to me. He goes, "I can't play this anymore because then I'll have to buy it." And
That's a fact. That's what that amp feels like. So the DR, a 74, a good DR 103 from 74 is glorious, but it's just like uncontrollable. And it can be harsh and it can kill you.
Okay, so I go to
The Master 100 is not like that.
so I go to the Chili Peppers guitar tech calls me,
Oh yeah,
says
this is a good story.
says we're
This is very recent.
yeah,
It's like a month and a half ago. Or
a
something.
month ago, yeah, 3 weeks ago. He says Anthony is ready to kill John. They can't take it anymore. He's playing through a Marshall Major, and it's just so.
Wait, it was a Marshall Major, a Jubilee, and a third amp. you
Yeah,
told me.
actually, it was Marshall Major and a JCM 900
A 900. He was using that when he first joined the fucking band.
and a Jubilee.
Yeah.
So all three of them in parallel. And I'm using the Major for the beef, and the Jubilee and the Major for the edge and the distortion and stuff like that. And it's the guys that he says the main problem is Anthony and the onstage sound mixer guy can't take it anymore.
But the thing is Steve's going over there, and I just want to interject. You have no problem with volume.
no,
I've been with you. Like, you've played loud shit your whole life, and you're not intimidated by it. So you're going over there hearing this story. John's playing too loud, and you're kind of like, all right, fine, whatever, right?
yeah, I'm like the guy that's like pulling the cylinder head off the engine that's running to see what's happening with the pistons.
But you're also like, yeah. It's like
Yeah,
people
yeah.
who go, if you go to this Thai restaurant, like, don't get the hot. 'Cause it's
Yeah.
like if you're a spice guy and you're like, yeah. Everyone I meet, like,
Oh,
yeah.
I have friends like that.
You know, like,
Yeah.
I'm a fucking spice guy. I'll eat fire.
Yeah.
And this is spicy. And I'm like, no, it kind of tastes like ketchup to me. Right? So you go over there with this, he's too loud, and you're like, yeah. And then the tech hands you the guitar.
He goes, what's the
Here, let me see the pick. Is it does he play shit. I haven't played this in like 20 years.
no the single the Californication riff.
Californication. It's not. No. That's shit. How's it?
No. Just the note thing.
How's it go?
The
Can you sing
single
it to
the
me?
single string thing.
How's it go?
You should have your own pick anyway, motherfucker.
Yeah, I should. Busted. Guilty.
I
Amanda knows spice. I know that about Amanda, and she knows like Cobra alcohol drink or something. Do you remember that?
It's the riff. It was the
I don't know that.
the Chili Peppers riff. I
don't know it, dude.
Anyway, the
So the
guitar
tech is playing
the
it.
guitar tech picks up the Strat, the supposed Hendrix Strat that John has, the
Which
tan
it's
color
not.
thing.
It's not Hendrix. That's B flat.
wasn't that one. That's not that riff. Is that Californication? Oh. No, that's not the right song then.
Okay.
Anyway, he just plays this 2-note riff with this Strat that supposedly Hendrix owned.
Yeah, and it's not. Sorry.
And it's kind of a dark sounding guitar.
Oh, Can't Stop? That's like the, like.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, yes.
I'm not playing the right chords. Yeah, that one. Anyway, yeah. I'm playing it the wrong key. Thank you, Dead Gypsy. Totally. So when you walk in, are you like up on stage with them at the rehearsal space?
No, this was in a rehearsal place.
Yeah.
It was just the rig sitting in a room
Okay.
about this size.
Oh shit.
And so he goes, "Okay, you ready?" And I'm like, yeah. Do your fucking worst. And he turns it on and he plays that riff, and I just felt my teeth just fall out on the fucking floor. And I went, "Oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me?" And I can see how that would bring the singer to his knees after like the first bar. Just like,
You're just like, yeah.
what
I
the
hate
fuck
you.
are you even trying to accomplish here? You know, but I got it. You know, Rick. You know, Ron. Come on. Bowie. Mick Ronson.
Mick Ronson.
Mick Ronson played a Marshall Major.
Okay.
That's how he got that big, expressive mid-range
Didn't Richie Blackmore play that?
wallop. Richie Blackmore did, but Mick Ronson is the one that really made it a distinctive sound. And there's just something about it. It's not plexi. It's this distinct. I'll tell you what. The Marshall Major, Marshall did not design and build that. They subcontracted out to another company.
Really?
And it's a completely different phase inverter power supply design. And I never knew that because I
Wow.
never really looked into majors. After I designed the 2150 power amp and everybody started freaking out about it, some guy brought a Marshall Major to our shop to get repaired because he was slaving it into a resistive load, and then he was running that into a 2150 power amp. He says, the reason I
Did
like
you ever
your-"
hear this guy play live?
No,
Oh, I wonder what that sounds
but
like.
he said, the reason I like your power amp is because it really sounds like my amp. So I can use this load and I can drive my amp a little bit and then use your power amp to amplify it to a volume that I can tolerate, and it sounds the same. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. So I looked at a Marshall Major schematic and I just went, oh my God. The 2150, I used a combination of a concertina phase inverter, which is also called a split load phase inverter, which by itself would not have enough headroom to drive a pair of KT88s. So I put a voltage amplifier after it to step up the voltage to drive those tubes.
Yeah.
And that had this nice bark that I liked. And when I looked at the schematic of a Marshall Major, I went, it's got a concertina driving a voltage amplifier. It's a slightly different configuration, but it was close enough that I went, okay, all right, nothing's new under the sun. Fine. Fine, I'm okay with that. But fortunately, I had designed that amplifier knowing that it had to be reliable on big major tours. Marshall farmed out the design to some company and went, oh yeah, we'll make you the latest, greatest thing, which was a combination of a Class AB amp with a um, a a configuration in which the screen grids are driven off of a separate tap of the output transformer, and it's called the ultralinear configuration. Ultralinear requires that the power tubes be operating at 30% less than their maximum capacity in order not to blow up under those operating conditions. Should they happen to get enough level to where they break into distortion, once those power tubes start distorting, they start pulling all kinds of current. So you have to limit the plate voltage that you allow the power tubes to operate at in ultralinear so that they don't catch on fire. Well, the designers of the major went, well, we're just going to use the regular class AB voltages, just like it's shown in the graph there, in the specs, in the design specs for the tube. But we're going to operate it on ultralinear, which the ultralinear category in the design specs have a whole different list of voltages. And we're just going to ignore that. We're going to run it at class AB voltages, but we're going to use the transformer taps, which means that the amp is great as long as it's clean. The minute you go into distortion, the screen current just shoots up like this, and the tubes arc and catch on fire.
Whoa, really?
And the whole thing just explodes.
Oh, that's fun.
And that's why Marshall Majors
Rock
have
and
a
roll.
reputation for catching fire.
Okay.
Fire. That's what Marshall Majors do. That's the most famous thing Marshall Majors do is they catch on fire.
Yeah.
And why?
Fucking
Because people
rock and
push them
roll.
until they distort.
Very
So
interesting.
when
I've never played through one.
when I never had played through one that I liked until I went to see these guys, and I played through John's rig, and I went, that is so painful, and my bones, all my joints are rearranged, and I'm gonna have to go to a chiropractor now. But that sounded fucking fantastic. So the guy says, well, are your power stations going to be able to handle that? And I said, the power station is not the problem. They will be able to handle it. The problem is the power station is going to give you permission to push those tube amps harder than you did in the past. And you have to guarantee me that the minute that you turn the bright volume on the major past 7 o'clock, there's 7 on the front panel. The minute you turn that past 7 and start driving the power tubes in distortion, and then when they catch on fire, you have to tell John that I told you not to do that because it will catch on fire. And the power station is going to give you inherent permission to do that because it won't be painful anymore.
Right.
And the singer won't
this
be
works
screaming
now,
at you
right.
anymore. And everybody's going to be happy. And when they're happy, what are you going to do? You're going to go to 8. And when you go to 8, fire. That's what's going to happen. And I said, as long as you indemnify me against that, we're all happy. And he goes, I will make sure and tell him that. So we went in there and listened to that thing. And I got my eardrums and my lower spine rearranged. And then I went, yeah, we need to have PS100s on these things. And we put them on, and it sounded fantastic. And that was 3 weeks ago. We don't know what's going to happen yet.
Oh.
Because Chili Peppers only use an A-rig. They got this thing. They have this jinx about their A-rig.
I didn't know this.
I didn't either.
They only have an A-rig.
They
So
only have an
wherever they're
A-rig.
going, they
A lot of bands
one.
like
Goo Goo Dolls who
Offspring and starts with a V, the European band, Volbeat. Volbeat.
Oh yeah.
A lot of bands have A, B, and C rigs. So they have their A rig for the US.
In my studio, the Goo Goo Dolls have A, B, and C rigs, and
Yeah.
so they keep one here, one in Europe, and then the C rig just travels around the world,
Right.
wherever.
Or they have a
else they
backup
want.
rig or something like
Yeah.
that. If they're going to go do like a one-off gig somewhere, they've got another rig.
So the Chili's only have one.
Chili's
fucking rig.
have this jinx called the A rig, the B rig blues, where
Who told you this?
The Guitar Tech, where the A rig is the rig that they love, and the B rig, when they have to use the B rig, they're bummed out because it doesn't sound like the A rig. So they don't have a BC rig anymore. They have an A rig, and they fly or ship by sea freight or whatever it takes. Because it's
SpaceX.
expensive to ship that stuff. They ship it wherever the hell it has to go.
Must be nice.
So because of that, they have 5, count them, 5 Marshall Majors, 1968.
That's not really an A rig. That's like A, B, C, D, E rig.
No,
in
they
one.
have their A rig that has their main
Yeah.
Marshall Major, and they have 5 backups so that they have 5 opportunities to set them on fire before they have to fix them again. You know,
And when did they stop making Marshall Majors?
well, they started them in 67 or 68, and they quit in 1971, I think.
So
And
I wonder who's been sourcing them for him.
I don't know, but you know, Johnny Guitar Watson had a Shure Vocal Master PA that he played guitar through.
Oh yeah, didn't you work on that shit?
Yeah, and the reason that he used a Vocal Master is because he would plug into the first channel. It had eight channels.
Oh, you told me.
He had 8.
I have 8 channels.
So he would plug into channel 1, and
Blow
when he
all
blew the
channels.
input on that one, he switched to channel 2, and he kept doing that until he could tour. And from his way of thinking of it
It's like, this is my
financially,
8-channel.
I could blow 8 amplifiers before I have to go to the repair shop.
Dude, this is practical.
So he would go tour, and after he blew the 8th channel of the Vocal Master, he would take it into the shop, and he only blew the input transistors, which were $1. So he would come in, and he would replace the input transistor on each channel of the Vocal Master, and then he'd be good for another year of touring. And this is kind of the mentality that Chili's have with the majors is, well, if we just like get a little too crazy, then we're covered. And by crazy, I mean those guys do not rehearse and do not sound check. I'm going to repeat: do not rehearse.
So you didn't see John?
Do not sound check. No, the guitar player says, "I got it all under control." John goes, "Cool." They show up, and their guy says, "We're good." He goes, "We're good." He plugs in. He starts playing. So the reason that we don't know anything about what's happening with Chili's yet is because
They haven't played yet.
they haven't played yet.
They
They
haven't
put
had a
their
gig
stuff on
yet.
a boat, and it's on its way to Japan, and it's going to arrive there any day now. And in the next week or so, they're going to start playing gigs in Japan, and that's when we're going to find out if John's happy or not.
Wow.
And while all that was going on,
That'd be really sweet.
I also found out that all of those amps have 2 of the 4 speaker jacks wired backwards. That's another story. That'll be the next show.
Okay.
You guys can sit on that one
All right.
in the interest of.
Okay. My PS100 seems to have a bum tube. I think I saw a video where Joe discussed. I need to find it. You know what? I'm going to post it right here because I saw this.
If you have an issue with the
chat.
PS100 or any PS, support at Fryet.com. Support at Fryet.com. Just let them know, and you will get an answer. And whatever is going on with the power tubes in your power station will get resolved quickly.
I just posted the video on how to change your tubes in the power station. Any particular tube.
JJ 6550s, Sobtech 6550 WE, any decent 6550. This is the thing about the power
And you
stations.
can do it at home.
They are pretty agnostic about power tubes on purpose.
That rules. Does the Cyclops come in purple anodized? That would be sweet.
Okay, well, we'll see.
That would be sweet.
One never knows. Do one.
That's right. Okay. We're talking about banjos now.
Hey, Joe, you know what day it is?
It is the 4th of May.
No.
It is Saturday.
Nope. We need another Margarita day.
Oh, that's veiled communication. Or passive aggressiveness, depending on how you're viewing it. Did you guys ever demo Z-Vex's fucking fucker? No, I don't even know what that is.
What?
Did you guys ever demo Z-Vex's fucking fucker? I don't even know
No,
what
I never
that is.
did. I heard it. I
What is
rolled on the floor laughing my ass off.
It's pretty hilarious. Okay.
2 rack mount preamp straight into the rack. Yeah, you can actually
Wait.
pick up. Okay, well, all right.
It's fun seeing all our old heads in here, man. It's great to see you guys. You see a bunch of banjo conversation. My grandfather's band is in the Banjo Hall of Fame.
Cool.
I expected a bigger response than that, Steve. It's the Banjo Hall of Fame, man. Okay. Are you trying to say you don't use speakers as the starting point for your design? Or do you?
No, what I'm trying to say is I don't depend on, pardon me, with 2 going on 3 margaritas in, I don't depend on the direct that's out in the marketplace as far as speakers are concerned to determine how our amplifiers are going to sound. That's what I don't do.
That makes sense.
What I do is I expect that, why am I designing a new amplifier anyway? That's why the Deliverance 2 has a plus after it now.
Okay, hold on. I think it's always worth saying this. This could almost become like the motto of the company that is shared with the public is the directive always begins with, does it have a reason to exist?
Exactly.
What is its reason to exist? That's the whole point about this guy and the entire company.
Remember that little clip that we did with the Marlon Brando little clip,
Marlon Brando?
the Wild Ones or whatever it was.
We
where-
did a clip with Marlon Brando?
yeah, the one where he's the motorcycle guy.
I don't remember this.
You don't remember that?
No.
Yeah, he walks into a bar and he's the motorcycle guy in the 50s. He's a motorcycle hoodlum.
I don't remember.
Rebel Without a Cause? No, it's not. Was it Rebel Without a Cause, or was it the Wild Ones? What's the Marlon Brando motorcycle movie from there? Is it the Wild Ones? He's got the little hat and he walks into the bar and the blonde comes up to him and he goes, "What are you rebelling against?" And he looks at her and goes, "What do you got?" Don't you remember that? You made the clip for it.
I don't remember that at all. But you know, that's the same thing as what's his head? The first Westerner who tried to summit Mount Everest, George Mallory. Why are you trying to climb this mountain? Because it's there.
Because it's there.
Because it's there.
Yeah.
So
Celestian wants you to use their speakers. You, meaning us, the manufacturer. Celestian is coming to us. Steve, we want you to use our speakers. I get that. I understand why. Well, you know, I mean, we can bring a lot to the table for you. What can you bring to the table for us? Well, you know, everybody loves our speakers. If you use our speakers, everybody will love you. Wonderful. That's what a concept. That's not a concept on which we entertain a new design.
I love that.
I'm sorry.
Use our speakers, everyone will love you.
But really, that's the mantra that we get from the manufacturer to us, that because they have such a big marketing presence, because they have such a all-encompassing presence in the marketplace, that's why we should use their speakers. Not because we think they sound the best, not because, and it's not to say that they don't sound good, but it's not because they sound the best or don't sound the best. It's because we're so omnipresent in the marketplace that you're foolish not to use our speakers, because you get to take advantage of all that inherent marketing power of our brand. Fucking great. I would love to take advantage of that, except for one thing.
You should sound
You
bad.
won't give us the speaker that we asked for. We ask you to make it a specific way, and you won't do that. What you want
Classic.
is
The tequila.
you want us to use your speaker so that you can go to your customers and say,
Tequila.
Fryette sounds like they do because of Celestian speakers. And I'm not going to give you that fucking satisfaction. I love you guys. Sorry.
Malcontent.
No, that's not why we use your speakers. We would use your speakers if you gave us the speakers that we wanted. We don't want a Vintage 30. We don't want a Greenback. Is the Greenback a bad speaker? Absolutely not. Is the Vintage 30 a bad speaker? Absolutely not. It's not the speaker that we want. You give us the speaker that we want, we will use it. We will parade down the street naked in diapers, saying that we use Celestian if you give us the speaker you want. In diapers. In red, white, and blue fucking diapers.
I'll show up and watch
Wet?
that shit.
Wet red, white, and blue diapers.
Man.
With little brown stains on them and everything.
In November?
In November.
Dang.
As long as we have little fluffy Sly and the Family Stones, mucklucks to go along with them. Okay, now you're really getting into the nitty gritty shit here. You can tell the tequila's really kicking in.
I love this. I'm having fun, man. Steve, did you also design the D? Oh, I think that means the recto module.
I had absolutely nothing to fucking do with that.
You're the 2CP.
I did the
which is
2CP.
the marks. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Bruce Egnator did the D rec.
You're not a fan of the rectos, right?
It's not that I'm not a fan.
I think they're fucking amazing amplifiers.
Bullshit.
I'm serious.
Oh, okay.
For what they are,
Yeah.
like that is a fucking sound. And in fact, my favorite one, actually, I haven't played all of them, but I owned the 212 Tremoverb twice.
The Tremoverb was actually
great
used as an amp.
Rock amplifier.
Yeah.
The clean was ass, but man, that's a fun amp to play. I love that amplifier. But the answer to the question is you did not design that.
I did the and why did I do the 2CP? I did the 2CP as a tribute to my mentor, Randall Smith. He gave me a lot of input, a lot of encouragement, a lot of yeah, well, if you think you're so much smarter than I am, go fucking knock yourself out kind of attitude, which is kind of the thing that I needed. He was sort of protective of his thing. And when I called him up, I said, it's more inquisitive than anything, but maybe it was the way that I asked the question, why the fuck are you doing this stupid way? I didn't maybe say it exactly that way, but I did sort of question some of their design.
Hey, Randy, why are you so fucking
choices, and he did get a little testy with me, but that was okay because I probably didn't phrase the question as diplomatically as some little green dumb shit might have. But I did learn a lot from him, and so I did the 2CP in tribute to my mentor, Randall Smith.
That's super cool.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
To set the long tail. Something.
I want you as a casual follower to set the long tail phase inverter bias.
Hey, Mark,
amps do something similar.
Okay, so Mark, let me just say this in an unvarnished way. Please don't take it personally, because it's not meant personally. But if we're going to have a conversation about why a design is done a certain way, we can have that conversation if you have the engineering background to be able to back it up. If you don't, the reason you're asking the question is because this is like the internet question of the day. There's not really a reason to have that conversation. Why that stage in between the phase inverter of the high watt amp and the output of the preamp stage is there is complicated. And it's not just about how it's biased or what its reason to exist there is. It just so happens that it was a design choice that David Rees made that he felt that it was important to do.
Lou heard what I heard. Sorry, I'm interrupting.
And
Sounds like somebody farting in the kitchen, man. Bad gas.
and there was
Continue.
and probably, I just want to say this again, with all due respect, there are more reasons not to do it that way than to do it that way. So I did do a variation of that in the Deliverance 2, just for fun, not to satisfy anybody else's sort of attitude about why it should be there. I just did it for fun. A lot of times I'll just do something because I want to do my variation on it. Freeman does his take on Marshalls. So-and-so Metropolis does their take on Marshalls. John Sir does his takes on Marshalls. People come to me all the time going, what's your take on Marshall? My take on Marshall is I'm going to do it this way. How about that? That's my take.
By the way, guys, you might not like this. I'm actually on this guy. Eventually, I hope to get him to do his take on a Marshall.
Fuck off. The Deliverance is my take on a Marshall.
Well, no, there's another, because not every Marshall's the same.
Okay, but here's my
Niko Chan.
but
I'm on it, guys. I'm on it. I'm
okay,
just saying.
let me
He
just
can
say-
tell me to fuck off. I'm telling you, I'm
No,
on it.
I'm not telling you to fuck off.
Okay.
I'm telling you of reality. And the reality is this. You can do
We need more
takes.
tequila. That's the reality. We're starting to get saucy.
You can do take after take after take after take after take on an amplifier that came out in 1967 and didn't really change that much except adding an overdrive stage through 2000. But the company philosophy and attitude about Steve's take on Marshalls is that when I run out of ideas or die, such that all we have left to offer the public is Steve's take on a Marshall, the company's done.
But that's not what it is. It's not like that's all that's left in the tank, so that's what you're doing.
Meaning what?
Meaning that if you did that, it's not, I mean, clearly you have more ideas than that.
My take on it is what I presented, which is that ship has sailed. There's got to be more territory to explore in the world than that. Why do I have to go back to...
Because the Dickies mod sounds awesome.
Why do I have to go back to the South America and kill all the natives and steal all their gold again? It's been fucking done. Hey, you know what would really be good is if Steve came up with his own concept of sailing across the Atlantic, raping all the women, stealing all the gold, killing all the men, and establishing a colony for the king. But his version of doing that, it's been done so many fucking times. It's been done and done and done and done. And little capacitor and resistor change that I'm going to do is going to make somebody's wang go, bing! Sure it is. But is that a reason for me to do it? Yes. When I have no brain power left and my remaining brain peanut that falls out of my brain before the ECG machine just goes, boop! A peanut drops out and goes, okay, here's the capacitor value for a 2204. Just do that. That's when we'll do it.
We can have this argument another day.
There's just much more interesting territory to explore.
It's not either or.
Okay,
It's this
Joe.
and that.
Joe, Why have not one single demo that you've ever done for the company have you blazing the Brown sound?
It sounds like you have a pre-rehearsed answer.
No, I don't. I want to hear it.
Why, like a Van Halen kind of thing?
Yeah. Why haven't you gone down that road on any of the demos that you've done for our gear?
I think that number one, I'm not the guy to do that.
Thank you very much.
But there are guys to do that.
Mm-hmm. Then we're on the same fucking page, and that's why.
Well, no.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
Because people aren't looking to me for that. I mean, if you
as far as you're
don't
concerned.
if you don't want to do it, that's valid. That's completely valid. And you can say I don't want to do it. There have been times, and you may not want to admit it right now, where you wanted to do this, and then you kind of changed your mind, which is fine.
No, I didn't want to do it. I suggested that it would be such an easy throwaway concept to do that. Just like, okay, here.
Is doing the 2CP like that though?
The 2CP was a thing where I felt like I had a special insight into the whole 2C plus amplifier development that nobody else had, that I could apply to that project, number one. And number two, I could frame it as a thank you to Randall Smith for what I learned and acquired, and the knowledge that I acquired from working with him that put me in this position. So that there was a twofold thing going on there that were both things that nobody else would it be able to bring to the table on that project. Those were two unique scenarios that nobody else were able to bring to that.
Here's what I'm thinking about it is, okay, we're having a debate now. I think this is cool.
No, it is great.
Because you are
Pause. Here we go.
here we go. It's this. We've had this conversation a lot, and you've kind of flip-flopped on it. And when you flip-flop on it, it's because I think you are listening to a different type of argument in your head at the time. So what you just explained very articulately, I might add, about the 2CP is like, this is a tribute to what I learned from Randy. The Sound City stuff. This is a tribute to what I learned from what I learned from Dave Reeves, right?
Reeves.
Here's the thing. You learned plenty from Jim Marshall too. I think what happens is
I learned that.
Wait a minute.
I learned that when I'm ready to give up, I smoke cigars and sign autographs.
Anyway, here's the thing. If you erase the rest of the industry and you erase the fact that Marshalls have been done to death, what is this? What are you doing?
I'm listening.
You're engaging in subterfuge, right?
Who, me? What?
Yeah.
I just dropped my pick. That's all. I don't know.
There's a way to look at it like, okay, this is me. Forget the rest of the world. By the time I'm done, I'm going to have created my own shit that are my own unique designs, right?
Yep.
Which
I'm
you've
really
done.
going to try to be serious now for a second. Pay
Okay.
attention.
All right, cool. Because I am too. Like I'm not.
I
kidding
know
about
you
this.
are,
Yeah.
and I know I'm being flipped.
We
and
were
I-
both being flipped.
Okay.
It's all good. So, and the thing is, there's no right or wrong
Getting
answer
deep
here.
now.
Yeah. Deep. So, oh, you're doing ASMR.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We'll do that in a minute. But here's the thing.
This is why we can go 3 hours and not run out of
Exactly.
material.
Sorry, guys. Oh man, we still have viewers. Oh, you guys are too kind. All right. Well, let me spit this out.
Spit it
There's a way of looking at it where it's like not looking at what everybody else has done. Okay. I'm sitting in a room. I'm passionate about amplifiers. I've spent my entire fucking life on this craft. You've gone through and you've not only created your own unique designs and made your own unique contribution to this world, which is why everybody's here, but you've also started to go back and do some tributes to people who meant a ton to you.
Mm-hmm.
But Dave Reeves isn't as fashionable as Jim Marshall.
Mm-hmm.
Randall Smith, I mean, the Mark series, that's a fucking complicated amplifier.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to build that in a kit.
Mm-hmm.
So you're like, yeah, I'll do that shit because nobody else can do it.
Mm-hmm.
Marshalls have been done. I think we'd all agree. Like they've been done way too much, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some people kill them. Dave Friedman fucking slays the Marshall stuff. I think if you're thinking about, man, I'm just going to fill out my legacy, and I know that sounds super pretentious. I apologize. But like I did my own designs, and I'm going to pay tribute to the people who meant a lot to me.
Mm-hmm.
I know you've owned Marshalls.
Mm-hmm.
I know you love Marshalls.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's room for you to do a take on that from that space of fuck the world. I'm not paying attention to what else is going on there.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But I think the argument that you're making tonight is not from that space. It's from the look, I would like to do that. Maybe I'd like to do that because I love what that man contributed. I love music that was made with those tools. However, I'm a malcontent. I don't want to just release my cynical take, what might look like a cynical take on the same goddamn plexi variation,
Okay.
right?
All right.
Where I'm arguing about it is you and I have sat in rooms with some
Mhm.
great Marshalls,
Mm-hmm.
and we've sat in the room with some great Marshalls that you've modded, that we
Mhm.
both listened to and we're like, dude, this should be out there.
All right.
Not a large release, but for the handful of people who want to hear that,
Mhm.
I think it's valid.
Okay.
So that's my point.
Okay.
Now, if at the end of that you're like, yeah, I still don't want to do it because fuck, everybody's done Marshalls, I'll drop it.
Okay.
Because I get that.
Okay.
I think they're both very valid points.
Okay.
There.
Okay.
Mike is handed to you.
Thank you. Okay. So it's 2003.
Mm-hmm.
We have this discussion about what is our voice.
This is Deliverance talk, I think.
Well,
That's
you're
the
gonna
era of the Deliverance, right?
Preload what I'm gonna respond to. Now I listen to you patiently.
Mm-hmm.
So now we had this conversation, and at the time, I had my favorite Marshall amp still in my possession, which I sold later. A
And what was that?
1970 metal panel JMP. The 70 is distinguished by its unusually high plate voltage, so that it just is the most spanking, painful, ball-busting JMP you will ever play. The plexi thing, people are plexi. Nobody really knows what the plexi sounds like anymore because the plexi term, like there are so many terms that are just so played that they don't have any validity anymore. X pattern, plexi, cathode follower, cold cathode or cold bias or whatever it is, the fucking the useless gain stage in the SLO 100, cold clipping stage, which is a useless term that doesn't describe anything. There are terms after terms after terms about functions that people don't want to understand. They don't understand. They don't understand. They don't want to understand. They will not ever understand unless they are engineering people that studied this, or they're like me, engineering people that didn't really study engineering seriously, but schooled themselves in the aspects of engineering and design specific to getting a task done. I do this to this very day. I've been doing it since we started, and I do it right to this very day. If I need to learn a new skill, a new engineering aspect that I never explored before, I explore it. I learn that particular skill set to do that particular job, to get that particular thing done. I will go on the internet. I will go to a local trade college if they offer a course in it. It's a really short thing for me to do.
You're not afraid of cracking a book.
I'm not afraid of cracking a book. I'm not afraid of doing a little reading, because ultimately, when I do that, I realize I know 80% of this. I just need the other 20%.
Yeah, yeah.
So when it comes to the point where I go, I was in a court case one time, and I was in court with somebody that was having a problem with what we were doing, and they took us to
Oh,
court.
wow.
And I was sitting there with my attorney, and this guy who fancied himself some really high level attorney on the 27th floor of some stupid fucking building downtown LA, and I've argued cases in front of the Supreme Court, and my attorney's sitting next to me going, yeah, watch this. So he goes and he blows his
That's what he said?
Yeah. He blows
That's
his
awesome.
whole wad. This attorney blows his whole wad in front of the judge about his credentials and blah, 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 blah. And my attorney stands there and goes, Your Honor, when I took my bar exam, the part of the exam that my esteemed counsel is referring to, I flunked that part of the exam. But my response is that his argument is invalid anyway. Thank you for your time, Your Honor. And he sat down. And the judge ruled in our favor. And I went, what the fuck are you doing? And the attorney goes, I didn't really flunk that part of the exam. I just said that so that the guy would like stick his dick out farther to chop off. And the thing is that people talk about these little aspects of the design, this little aspect, that little aspect, that little aspect, that little aspect. So when you say that we had this discussion, and I know that you were leaning towards blah, 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 and then you flipped, the reality behind all that, the mechanics behind that are this. When we're talking about, and I call this picking fly shit out of pepper, when we're talking about these little subtle details, I eventually go and I wrap my head around the whole conversation and go, yeah, but that's what I've been talking about all along, which is why the Deliverance exists. Because I took my 1970 Marshall, which was my favorite sounding Marshall of all the Marshalls I've ever played, and I went, I can beat that. I can beat it. What does beating it even mean? There's no beating that amp. It is what it is. You don't beat it. You just do something different. What did you do different? Well, first of all, when you play through a 1970 JMP with some ridiculous plate voltage on it that most even respectable EL34s these days can barely manage, it's a frightening experience. Like the Master 100 is a frightening experience. You play a chord and you just go, "That's awesome! I know I can't really use it anywhere. I know it's not practical, and it's terrifying, and I'm going to just damage my hearing. But oh my God!" Well, that's what the 70 does. And so I brought some people over. We had our design team, and we had some distributors from Europe and from Japan over at our factory. And I played an E chord through my 70 JMP, and they went, "It's painful, but it's glorious. We love that." And then I had an AB box, and I switched to the Deliverance 120 prototype, and I played the same E chord through it. They went, "That's equally glorious and scary and powerful, and all the hair on my arms are standing up on end, and oh my God, why doesn't anybody else do this?" And I said, "Because there's no practical application for it to exist anymore. You just do it because you can. So we'll do that. And we're just going to infuse some more of the DNA that I explored and learned in the course of designing the amps to just take some of the aspects of any of those 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 68, whatever, and homogenize them into a range of definition and response and character and sonic bliss and emotional reaction, physical response that makes you go, "That's amazing." It doesn't have to be that particular amp. It just has to be an amp that can do that to you physically and emotionally and sonically. And I demonstrated all those people that did Deliverance could do that. So once I had established that, I had established our take on that amplifier, which is that this could go to here. And since then, everybody that brings up it, "Well, why don't you do your take on that?" What you're actually asking me to do is not go all the way there anymore. You're asking me to go part of the way. Well, just go part of the way. Just give them 10% or 20% of what you really could do. Why would I do that? And that's why it seems like I flip, because it seems fun at the time when we talk about it, but at the end of the day, when you go home and then I lay down and stare at the ceiling, and I'm going, I just have to remind myself, I already did that. My mom, who is my saint, my savior, my person that from whom all of these things are possible. There's a woman in Seattle that's 95 whose existence is the reason that you are playing guitar the way you are playing guitar today, right? She used to, after my father passed away, she would have a suitor that would want to take her out on a date. And after a few dates, that suitor would want to marry her. So
that's fast.
Every time that she felt like, okay, this is going to be the date where so-and-so asked me for my hand. Oh my God. She would wear this little rhinestone brooch with the letters in cursive script IDTA on it in rhinestones and gold.
Okay.
And she would wear that. And she would wear a black dress and a black scarf and a black overcoat and this brooch, this IDTA. And she would not say anything about it. So they would go through the dinner and blah, 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 blah. And inevitably, the suitor would say, "Oh, by the way, Lorraine, what does that IDTA stand for?" And she would look at the guy who was about to ask for her hand in marriage and say, "I've done that already." And that would be the end of it. That would be the end of the conversation. Thank you for the date. The guy would be gone. and that would be the end of it. So that's a perfect metaphor for my whole take on this idea that, what's your take? My take is that if you want me to do 10% of my take on it, yeah, I could do that and sell it to you and you'd pay me. I could do 20% of my take on it and I would charge you X amount of dollars for that and you would pay me. I could do 30% of my take. And for that, you would pay me whatever amount of money I ask you for it and you would pay me. And you would all be happy for like a half an hour or a day or a week or a month until the 40% or 50%. What about if you applied 100% of your effort to make your take on it? I would say, I've done that already. That's what this is. So I hope I've answered your questions and resolved the conflicts that you have with my position about why I seem to flip-flop on that. I only flip-flop on it because it's fun to discuss it and talk about it at the time about this one little aspect. But at the end of the day, it becomes, why stop there? There's so many people in this industry already that have made an industry and made a marketing pitch and made money off of saying, this is as far as I can go. So for us, when Erico says, when you are sufficiently out of ideas that we do 20% of what you're capable of, our company is over with. That's what she's really saying. She's not saying when Steve decides he wants to make a Marshall, we're over. No. What it really boils down to is when Steve decides that what we're only capable of producing anymore is 20% of what Marshall already did, then we're over. Now think about it that way and then tell me what the conflict is.
Well, what's interesting here is it feels like whatever I said to you was offensive.
It's not offensive. I just am fleshing out the back detail that I go through, the mental process I go through after we have the conversation where you said, you seem to be into it at the time. Yeah, we all get caught up in the emotion of the moment and go, yeah, that's awesome. That's badass.
Yeah.
But
because that's what I was responding to.
But if I think
bringing that up.
But if I think about it, practically speaking, we've done that. You just don't recognize it because it doesn't have a gold front panel and this particular kind of vinyl on it that makes it look like, and those particular kind of knobs that makes it look like that. Probably the best thing that Freeman does is he hews to the visual cues that make people go, he's doing that. I'm not willing to do that.
Well, that's fair. All right. Well, let's see if we have some other questions.
And please understand, I'm not offended by the fact that you asked the question. I welcome the opportunity to flesh out the answer in a way that people understand that this is not my reason to exist. It's not the reason for a product from us to exist.
And that all makes sense to me. And I think the energy that I felt coming from you, see, where I'm coming from is when we were going through Joey's JCM 800, you told me that you were interested in doing something like that. That's all I'm going off of.
I absolutely was.
And I understand you're telling me now, well, hey, I went away from that and I had a rethink on it. And I went, wait a minute, I already did this to the best of my capability through my own voice. That makes plenty of sense to me. But what doesn't make sense to me is it felt like, and maybe this is just a clarification on my part, like, I'm not sure what I did. It felt like, I don't know how it evolved, but I said something in there where you're like, I need to come after you now because I'm mad at you for something that I said. Like when I said you flip-flopped, like maybe that was upsetting. Like somehow I was saying you're a flaky person or
No,
something.
no. It's none of this is directed.
Because you are not a flaky person.
There are dead bodies in here. There are dead bodies. Dead bodies. in
Really?
here.
Yeah, we're still on.
There are
We're
dead bodies.
we're in our third margarita,
Dead
and now
bodies.
we're like
Dead bodies.
slightly arguing. It's great.
No, this is great.
And
And
this is my brother. I love this guy. This is good.
Joe,
Yes.
remember when I said I don't think there's a Malcontents without the Joe factor?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Now, no, it's not directed at you at all. You are one of a chorus of people around our circle of people that are going. I keep going back to Sam Kinison.
This is a good guy to go back to.
And they're all like going. And he's been partying for days and days and days, and he's just like, he's like so fucked up that and if you've ever been partying for 3 days straight, there's always the guy that pisses in his suitcase. And everybody's going, yeah, do it, man, do it. But they're not the guys that suffer the next day when they need a change of clothes and everything is wet and smells of urine.
Yeah.
But okay, guys, I mean, this is why you're here. You asked for this. You're sticking around for this. I can see the numbers. You're still here. So no, I'm not apologizing for any of this.
That's how it goes sometimes.
That's how it goes sometimes.
Did I piss you off? with
No,
something I said?
absolutely not. You gave me an opportunity to explain the
Okay.
dynamic of this whole thing, which it's not just you. There are a whole circle of people that are going, you could do this. I could in an instant. But when, again, on the list of 100 things that we consider our company, not just me,
Yes.
this is a company. This is a group of people. This is a team.
That's true.
This is people, including you, Joe. You're a part of this team. You're not a full-time employee.
No.
You're a subcontractor.
Well, I'm around.
You're an
I'm
independent.
around.
You're an independent contractor. You do videos.
Yes.
You come over and listen to things.
Yes.
You register your comments and responses, and you come back and do demo videos and goes, I'm trying to do this, and what do you recommend that I do about this setting? I'm running into this issue, blah blah blah, and
Yeah.
we do. This is all
And I
valuable
really,
stuff.
really care about the company.
This is all
I really care
valuable
about the
stuff,
company.
and you are a valuable member of the team, regardless of the fact that you're not a salaried employee. You're an independent contractor.
Mhm.
This is a valuable thing. This is why companies like us and like a lot of companies have people like this, because they have ears, talent, not afraid to ruffle feathers, and have legit opinions. Okay? This is valuable shit. This is what makes a company like ours fly, because we have people that we go, Joe said this.
Mhm.
Let's sit together. Let's sit around together and talk about it, because what Joe says has merit, because he's demonstrated that he's got a legitimate point of view.
And I care. I really
You care.
care.
And
I'm not
that-
just throwing
right.
around.
So that's
whatever.
why we do this. And that's why we have people like you in our organization. Regardless of what the financial relationship is,
Yeah.
it's important and it's legit. And when you do a video that you don't sound like anybody else, and people go, why don't more people do shit like that? Because they can't. They're not capable of doing that. They don't think that way. They don't play that way. They don't approach production and music and creative, the inspiration. They don't do it that way. They just say, "Oh, I need to riff for these guys for $500." That's what people think. That's the reality of it, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that true?
I can't.
Are we
that.
talking about the
Yeah.
truth right now?
Yeah.
Are we being honest
Niko
with each
Chan has
other?
entered the chat,
Right.
and I wanted to bring this up.
So,
Go, yeah.
so
Let me interrupt.
when you bring that stuff up, it's a great opportunity to discuss that there are degrees of agreement on the idea that, yeah, wouldn't that be cool? But
Yes.
but after we go through it and step by step, and everybody goes, yeah, true.
Right.
But the reality is we've done this, and we're at the point where if we do that, it represents 5 steps back.
And this is what I want to contribute right here, is that I know in a way, kind of what we're talking about right now, Erico's standing right there. And this is great because I remember you telling me about when we were talking about this Dickie's mod idea, right? Here's what's going on is when you and I are hanging out doing it, we're guitar and amp bros. We're just 17-year-olds in a room together, like playing shit that sounds cool. And I can play guitar and you can design amps and we're playing this shit. We're going, this is fucking cool. And we're like, dude, you should make a short run of these. And you're like, yeah, that would be fucking cool. Right.
Mhm.
And we're bonding on that level.
Mhm.
We're like, yeah. And then we're doing this on a weekend. And then you go on a Monday and you probably say it to Erico, who's one of the smarter people I've ever met. And she goes, okay, guitar bros, here's the facts about the actual marketplace, because we're not just running a boys club cool guitar guy thing. We're running a business with a reputation.
The boys club. Exactly.
And I remember
You
you
so nailed
explained
it.
her point of view, and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense to me. It's kind of like, wah, 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 like, yeah. And
I mean, at the end of the day, do we okay. Cyclops. When did we start talking about it?
September.
September.
Yeah.
When did we move?
August.
September.
Yeah. August,
Yeah,
September.
August.
Yeah.
And then we moved
wait a
in.
minute.
We were into the new place by September.
No, if we were talking about the Cyclops, we talked about it at the old spot, so it was August.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
you were like, here's the idea.
Okay,
A
we
week
talked
later.
about the Cyclops and 2 or 3 other projects
Yeah.
all at the same time in August. August.
Yeah.
And here it is, May. This is just coming out. The Deliverance 2 Plus shipped last week.
I think I know where you're going.
What happened? We did our fucking jobs.
Right. And these are essential, purely for that vision projects. These aren't
Tools
recycling of
that
something that somebody
real
else did.
guitar players out in the field actually have a real use for right now. And can we go wags our weenies in the face of everybody else that's doing some variation of a Marshall clone and go, yeah, we could do that too. Yeah, we could do that. But is that essential to our operation?
No, it's not essential. It's just fun for
It's
guitar
just fun.
bros. It's
Yeah.
just fucking fun. And when we talk about
When
it,
we
it's
have-
just in that spirit.
And Erica's attitude that when we're out of ideas, we close the company, she's being extremist. We have to have that extreme view. Like,
I agree.
on the other hand, if I feel like, okay, we did everything that we wanted to accomplish for the past 2 years, and let's just throw something out there just for the fucking fun of it, and we'll do 50 or 100. Yeah, we could do that, but that isn't the thing that drives the company. It isn't the thing that
And I know that.
establishes
I
what
know
we're
that.
capable of.
I know
It
that.
isn't the thing that defines how we operate or how we think
Yeah.
or how we value
And I
what
think there's-
guys like you do, which is you don't do anything. Whether
You're right,
it's
I
a
don't do
video,
anything.
you do not acquiesce to anybody about what you're going to play in a video. Why? Why don't you do the
Hey!
Why don't you do the brown sound? Why don't you do what Pete did yesterday with his video? Why don't you do that stuff? Because it's not your thing. Right?
Yeah, and I just it's not authentic to me.
Yes, thank you.
And I feel like it is authentic to other people.
Thank you.
I'm trying to think, do I have one other thing to say before we turn it over to Niko Chan?
Well, can I pee before you do it?
No.
Well, I want to, whatever it was I wanted to say to you, but it's obviously not important. 'Cause
It is
we're-
important.
We're just drinking and we're talking.
No, it's important.
It's shit. Yeah, I forgot what it was.
Are we at 4 hours now or what?
Yes, that's I'm coming.
Are you kicking us off?
I'm just telling you guys. You guys been drinking and talking and drinking and.
But that was the
talking
whole point.
for 4 hours.
What do you think, guys? Should we get the hell off of here? I mean, it feels like a lot of you are hanging around.
Jesus
maybe
Christ,
we're
look at
being
you guys.
extremely rude. And
Are you
not
nuts?
talking to people.
Are you people insane?
Well, it's Malcontents.
They're our friends.
People watching here.
These are awesome folks.
We haven't even touched on two key things yet.
I know. Maybe we should do that and wrap it up.
Gonna start again.
No. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna run off
He's
for a
gonna pee.
second.
What?
I'm going to interview Niko Chan.
You guys can talk.
Amanda, it's 1 a.m. where you're at, girl. Oh, man. Thank you for hanging out.
What?
Thank you for being insane, guys.
I don't think he's going to pissing. I think he's puking.
How are you doing, Niko Chan?
I'm doing fine.
Yeah? I heard that you found a cure for all STDs.
Was it sexual transmitting disease?
That's correct, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Drink a lot of alcohol.
Was that it?
I think so.
That's the only thing?
Yes.
I mean, you're so good at that.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes sense. What are you drinking tonight?
Well, whatever you guys drinking,
So you've been having margaritas?
yes.
You want some more?
Uh,
Here. Oh, that's good, huh? Cheers. So good.
So good.
I love this stuff. So, tell me something I don't know, Niko Chan.
You don't
Teach me
know.
something.
Well, this I don't think I can teach anything, but
Oh, I
there's
know
a
you
guy
can teach
was
stuff.
well, I think I'm drunk too.
Yes.
Yeah,
Time for burgers.
I don't eat meat.
No, you eat Impossible burgers or
No,
Beyond Meat burgers.
No, I don't eat
You-
those.
do you eat fish?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
I'm pescatarian.
What is your favorite type of fish?
Well, I don't know. Whatever available. What-
So, just whatever's there,
Yeah.
as long as it's fried.
Well, fries. Good. Yes.
You like fried fish?
Well, I just wanted to make a comment that someone said this sort of stream sound behind. When you
It's
guys, well, I was injecting CO2, not the CO2, but the
Yeah.
soda stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, someone said it's a soda stream sound. Actually, not. It's not the soda stream.
it sounded like bad gas in the kitchen to me.
It's my Steve's part. Well, close,
Yes.
but it's right there.
Oh, there's the machine.
That's the machine.
You brought it in.
Yes,
You flew it in with your little
Yes.
bee wings.
it's the arc, not the soda stream. This is the best.
Yeah, fuck Soda Stream. This thing rules.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
That's bitching. It looks like it was made in the 40s or 50s too. I like that.
Oh, you know what? It's
looks like
it's
strong.
the same finish that Fane used to use on their speaker
Oh.
baskets. In the
Yeah,
40s.
hammer.
The hammer tone.
What brand is that? Spark.
Arc.
No, Arc.
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 We
AARP.
AAR.
and we were going. We didn't know that the hammer tone finish was available, And it just so happened that they had one left and they had it on sale. So we got the hammer tone finished one cheaper than.
It's so cool
Yeah.
looking. Like
Oh,
that's as utilitarian.
I want to
as
get this in before we close.
Yeah.
I'm wearing this T-shirt because I saw the Sonics live 2 weeks ago.
So
The
tell everybody who the
Sonics are
Sonics
a
are.
Seattle, well, actually from Tacoma originally,
Yeah.
but a Seattle band that I learned how to play music listening to. And they were kaput, they were over with, they were done. And they came out in the early 60s and they were done by 66, 67. They had a couple of local hits and then they were
They
gone.
went hard, man. I
And-
listened to their shit.
And they were gone. They had
Oh,
a
yeah, no,
they had a
they-
singer that wasn't cutting it, and they kicked out the singer, and the keyboard player just started screaming to a mic, and the rest of the band went, "Dude!" And they became a local sensation, and then they disappeared. Between 2014 and 2016, Toyota used one of their songs in a commercial. It revitalized those guys' career
I love
after
that.
they had long forgotten about playing.
Then all of a
music
sudden
in
they're
any
getting
band.
happy checks in the mail. Like, holy shit.
Huge mailbox
I
money.
love that.
And they went out and started touring. And they became a fucking sensation like they always should have been when they first came out, but they got overlooked due to politics and music and location and graphics and transportation and whatever the hell it was. They disappeared. And then Toyota gave them a new life. And they toured the world on that. They all went, dude, you got to like get off the couch. You got to come out of retirement. You got to learn how to play your instruments again.
It's time to rock.
It's
Come on,
time
to
to
fucking
take
rock.
advantage of a thing that will never happen again in our lifetimes or anybody's lifetimes. And they did it. They went, let's do this. And they did it. We went and saw them 3 weeks ago, and the drummer and the sax player, who are the remaining original guys, kicked fucking ass and made us proud to be from Seattle.
And they're not spring chickens, and they're just killing it.
This sax player is 76 or 77. The drummer's 75, and he was slamming like every punk band drummer right now in every punk band in existence would learn something by going and watching the drummer in the Sonics play.
I love that so much.
The
Oh,
guy
look,
lives in the
young people
woods
there.
way outside of Seattle. He lives in the fucking woods somewhere. He comes out for 6 months a year and shit fucking slams the goddamn drums like there's no goddamn tomorrow.
then
And
goes
we
back
went
in
and
the
we went,
woods.
okay, this is going to be a bunch of broken down old guys
Sure.
milking
Yeah, and
it.
then maybe there are lots of the old people.
Bunch
Here
of
we
old
go,
people.
yay,
There's
you
going to
got
be people
your
in
ass on
walkers and
stage,
wheelchairs
yeah,
and going,
And then
No.
they showed up.
No.
It's like Dick
they
Dale.
fucking
Yeah.
Dick Dale
laid
was slamming till
it
the
down and
There's a lot
pounded.
of young people
Yeah.
in the audience.
And I
too.
just felt so proud, and I was so glad that we went and
Love
hung
that,
out
man.
for that.
I love that.
So
Anyway,
that's why I'm wearing their T-shirt.
okay. So you guys, how long you guys gonna?
Well, I have a couple things to say.
We
First
have
of
a few
all,
things.
we have a lot of comments talking about, hey, we have this really cool rig here, and we didn't really play it. And that is right. Because if you've been around tuning into the show over the past few years, we do a really good job of not sticking to what we're supposed to do. So, she's a bee. So, right, like we plan stuff, we tell people we're going to do stuff, and then we promptly come on and we
Right.
blow it.
We
a
don't
lot.
do it.
We don't mean to do that. I'm sorry if that feels disrespectful. I think we should leave this rig set up, and we should play it in the next show extensively.
Well, at least we could do a little bit.
Okay, great. I'm
What?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, let's do it.
Have fun.
So we're gonna just
Bye,
make a little
Niko
bit of
Chan.
we're gonna make a little bit of gratuitous noise
and then
just
we're
for
gonna
the
talk
fuck
about
of it,
Dwayne, right?
and then we're gonna go out talking about Dwayne. Now let me
Yes.
say, okay, we'll do this.
Okay.
We'll talk about Dwayne, and then we'll wrap up with Dwayne. We're talking about Dwayne Eddy,
Yeah.
and we'll
lost him
talk
this
about that in a minute.
And we will cull the comments here for questions that we didn't answer tonight because we got derailed with our therapy session. And we can answer them next time.
It's been months. I mean, we had a lot to fucking
I know,
catch up
I
on.
know.
It's like it couldn't have been any less than 4
I'm so
hours.
happy to be back.
I'm so
This is
happy
so
you are
great.
back
Yeah, my brother.
because you're Joe.
And you're Steve. You're my younger brother. Steve. Like, Joe, Steve, this is my whole life. My brother. All right, so what do we got here? We need to go into echo cancellation mode.
Right?
So
No. We don't need echo. By the way, is there any? We don't need echo cancellation when we're playing.
Wait, when we're playing, we do.
When we're playing, we don't.
No, when we're playing,
No,
we
when
do.
we're playing, we don't.
They're gonna see.
When we're playing, we don't. When you put it on, it causes that phasing shit. We don't have echo cancellation because we're not in two different locations. We don't have to worry about the echo.
Well, we'll see what they say.
Okay. Right off the bat, as soon as we start playing, if you hear this phasey weird shit,
Yeah, like
please
really bad MP3.
just jump
tell
in
us.
immediately and we'll switch it.
Yeah.
But I don't think we need it. All right.
Okay.
That'll be enough. Without all the alcohol, we'll be able to play a little better and stuff. I just wanted to give a little tribute to my mentor, friend, somebody who I admired a whole lot and ended up being involved in his return to sort of recognition in the United States, Dwayne Eddy, who left us 2 days ago. I was a repair tech at a repair shop called Valley Arts in Studio City, California, from 78 to 83 or 84. And during that time, I crossed paths with a lot of really well-known musicians who I became friends with, admired. Some people I just did work for, some people I developed a relationship. And one of the guys that walked in out of nowhere that nobody knew anything about was Dwayne Eddy.
I can't believe nobody knew.
It wasn't because nobody knew about him. It was because nobody recognized him.
Mm.
He had been in Europe for a number of years,
Okay.
touring, doing different things. I was in a punk rock band in 78, 79, 80, around that time period. And I started working at Valley Arts around that time. And I mainly came to work when I was sober enough to come to work, really. When I needed money and when I needed to get some income, when I needed to pay rent. And somehow in this pretty square neighborhood in Studio City, California, or around that period of time, this highly respected music store somehow found it in their interest to hire me to do repairs. And somehow I bullshitted my way through Paul Rivera's questions and sort of interrogatives about, am I qualified to do the job? And a couple of other people who were involved in that store that I would eventually replace as an employee. Somehow I bullshitted my way into that situation, and I ended up meeting guys like Roy Cooter and Buzzy Featon and Carlos Rios.
Bunch of slackers.
Just like a bunch of deadbeats that had no right to even pick up a guitar, but just somehow managed to make a living to doing it. Some people who are still my dear friends today, and one of them was Dwayne Eddy. I went to a used record store because the punk rock band I was in allowed me a lot of time to just go hang out at record stores and dig through stuff. And I found a Dwayne Eddy record. And I thought, I remember this guy. He had these cool instrumental songs. And I bought this record at a used record store in Hollywood. And it was called Dwayne Eddy Twangin' the Golden Hits. It was like a greatest hits package.
That's a 60s title if I ever heard one.
But it was a German pressing, which impressed me because I was then and still am a big vinyl junkie. And I looked at the label and the record and the condition, and it was like pristine. And it was like $3 or something. And I thought, well, you can't lose with this. I brought it home and I played it on this really nice vinyl stereo system, most of which I still have now. This was in 79,
Okay.
80.
Yeah.
I still have most of that stereo system in
Wow.
my living room now. And it was pristine. It had never really been played. The grooves were in excellent condition. And I just thought, this is amazing. And the fidelity was impeccable. And I'm like, blown away. I'm blown away. So listening to this record day after day after day after day. And then about 2 months after I bought that record, some guy walks in with this woman to the repair shop at Valley Arts and goes, I have this unusual amp that needs work, and I wondered if you guys would take a shot at it. And he just looked like he had a cowboy hat on, and he kind of had this rustic sort of look. And I looked at him and I went, no fucking way. That's Dwayne fucking Eddy. And I'm like saying this in my head, but for one time in my life, I'm keeping my mouth shut. I'm going, holy fuck, that's Dwayne Eddy.
Wow.
So he's got this bizarro amp. And somebody had called earlier in the day and said, yeah, I have an amp that I need to work on. Can you guys like have a look at it? What's the brand? Stramp. I go, yeah, we'll have a look at it. Sure, bring it over. Let's check it out. And we didn't have the internet at the time, so I couldn't search it. But I just said, yeah, let's have a look. He brought it in. He comes in with his wife. He brings it in, and it's this. And as soon as we opened it up, I went, oh my shit, did I stick it out there to get chopped off? I have no fucking idea what this is. So I did a little research and I found out that Robert Fripp used this. I'm like, going,
wow.
What are you up to? What is with this? And he goes, oh yeah, I've been touring in Europe for the past couple of years, and I've been using this. And I'm like, okay. I'm expecting that he's going to bring in some old funky little tube amp with a built-in echo machine,
Obviously, yeah.
like
Yeah.
everybody thought. And he's got this thing.
Wow.
And I'm like, okay,
yeah.
whatever. One channel was really noisy. And now actually in looking for this photograph, there was some discussions about, oh yeah, they're really noisy. Well, it turned out that there was an input stage that if the transistor got fucked up, it started making this loud hissing noise. And I said, well, look, I don't know. I've never seen this brand before, but I'll give it my best shot. And he goes, well, how much do you think it'll cost? And I'm going, I got this major hangover. Number one, my hair is like totally dyed jet black. And I've got bags under my eyes because I've been up all fucking night. And I look like I don't know why he's being so malevolent and smiling and kind to me, but he should be with the way he's dressed with this leather, this split cowhide jacket and cowboy hat. He should be thinking, I should just as soon shoot you than have you work on my amp. But he was very gracious and magnanimous, and his wife was really sweet.
Oh, so he was benevolent. And
He
looked
was
malevolent.
just hugely
Yeah.
benevolent. And
Yeah.
I went, I just couldn't have dreamed a better scenario. So I said, I don't know. Let me have a look at it. And I said, but I'll tell you what I think. I think that whatever it is, probably I would ask you to sign my Twang and the Golden Hits album, and that would be enough to cover whatever needs to get done with this amplifier. And he looked at me and just sort of benevolently smiled, not shocked, not like, oh, dude, not like
yeah.
He just went, oh, you know who I am, eh? And I said, anybody that doesn't know who you are should be shot and buried right now. And he just shook his head and smiled, looked down and smiled a little bit. He goes, you're very kind. And he walked away. And he came back 2 weeks later. I found the problem. It was a noisy transistor in the input stage that he was using. And he said, okay, how much? And I pulled out this album.
Oh man.
I pulled this out, and he looked at it and he goes, "Oh man, let me tell you about that record." And he proceeded to tell me which songs were recorded at Capitol Records and who was the producer,
man.
and that Lee Hazelwood was a pain in the ass. And he gave me this whole big long story about this record. He says it was a compilation. It was pressed in Germany, and it was a really high quality pressing. And I said, that's really amazing, because when I played it on my home stereo, and I have a really nice turntable and all that, it just played beautifully. And he goes, well, it's in great condition, but he says the thing about the German pressing was it's like really an excellent quality pressing. It was much better than anything that you
Crazy, he knew that.
And he knew all this stuff about it, and he gave me the whole rundown. And I'm losing my shit. As I'm losing my shit, he takes it and he signs it to Stevie, who I went by at the time. Thanks for helping with my amp. All the best. Yours,
Your friend.
your friend,
Wow, man.
Dwayne Eddy. So from that, I just went, dude, I need you to talk to some people. So I took him downstairs at Valley Arts, and I introduced him to the owner of Valley Arts, and they proceeded to contact Guild, and they contacted Gretsch, and they started contacting all these companies and started working out arrangements to get a signature guitar built for him. And then they contacted the owner of the Baked Potato.
Oh yeah. The two
keyboard
brothers.
player.
Yeah.
The
yeah,
keyboard
Don
Don
yeah.
Randy, and Hal Blaine, the drummer, who
Yeah.
played on some of the original Dwayne Eddy records. They put
Hal
together
Blaine
the
played
whole
everything.
Wrecking Crew guys. They got all these guys together, and they did this big Dwayne Eddy show that they actually put together. I didn't have anything to do with that. I just introduced him to the owners of the store, and they took the ball and ran with it and started helping rebuild his career in the US. And I'm not taking any credit for having done that. All I did was I walked him downstairs and I go, guys, do you know that Dwayne Eddy is in your fucking store and not one of you even recognizes this guy?
Yeah.
And Mike McGuire, one of the owners,
Yeah,
I said,
Mike.
Mike,
Yeah.
I said, Mike. I'm like, Mike.
Yeah.
And he goes, okay. And he walked him around, and they started talking, and that's when all of that stuff transpired, where they started resurrecting his career in the US. And again, I'm not saying I had anything to do with that other than I just recognized him. He came to our shop. It was serendipity. I helped him out. I was thrilled. He signed my record. I introduced him to some people, and everybody sort of jumped in and went, this guy needs his due. And as a result of all of that, I am thrilled to say that I was part of something. And that's it. That's what I have to say about that. He was a sweetheart of a human being. He always called me up and said, hey, how you doing? His wife, Dee, was a sweet person. She's still around. He established an idiom. People copied what he did, but nobody ever did what he did. And I'm just thrilled to have been a part of his story. And that's all I got to say about that.
Sounds like that's a wrap.
That would be a wrap.
That'd be a wrap. We'll see you in 2 weeks, everybody. I don't have any more booze. Maybe I got a couple drops. Rest in peace, Dwayne. Love you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Let's have Dwayne play us out. We'll see you in 2.